Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hello there. Welcome back. Day 5, babies. Don't know why I pluralized that. It should be just day 5, baby, shouldn't it? Oh well. 5 seconds in. He fucks it up. Good morning. Oh, it feels like afternoon already. So much has happened today. Goodness me. Let us flip on over to a browser window real quick. I do have the game open. I'm on PTS right now. But I thought we could start with a little something else. Dun dun dun. Yeah, here we go. But yeah, good morning everyone. Conjured Samurai, happy maintenance. And Moose. Pause. The Blue Wolf. Good morning to you. Gilly-chan, hello. Lovely to see you guys. Greykirk, what has happened today? God, oh, just everything. Very early start, a long drive. Maya is on the road today, and so we can actually spend a little bit of the day together. I decided to drive her. But it is a bit of a pain in the ass, because it means then she either has to take public transport home or I have to go and get her. She might be able to get a lift back, we'll see. But with all the equipment, it's usually the case that I end up having to go and get her. But we'll be in touch about that. But she's on the road doing cookery and other nonsense today. But we needed to get a very, very early start, and then I had a bunch of things I needed to do before we got going here. And, as you may have noticed, the Elder Scrolls Online is down for maintenance at the moment. So we are having to freestyle it a little bit here. Feast on new adventures. I just noticed that. That is silly. But there are a couple of things I thought we could look at. You guys have probably seen it already, so it won't take too long. But good morning, everyone, and welcome back. Hope you're having a lovely week. It's only Tuesday. Plenty of time for it to get better, right? But thanks for joining us. Right, so what have we got? Things that are happening in September. This is already well known. Console launch September 3rd, so that is tomorrow. And we don't know when this is happening, but I would guess since PTS is coming on September the 15th, which is a Monday, I would guess it's going to be next Friday. So Friday the 12th of September, we will get this official live stream with Q&A and all that stuff. Bob, good morning, good morning. Gilly, my morning started wild already. Oh no. In a good way, I hope. What happened to you? Speaking of, pause, when and where is the Ninja Cooking Show being released? That's going to be right here, tomorrow. And that's another thing I've had to be doing. We've got a ton of footage, and there isn't a huge amount of editing that needs to be done. But we don't have a particularly sophisticated setup. So I've got 2 cameras. One is just a top-down. That's our cam 1, if you like. And cam 2 is a boom-mounted... I mean, they're both boom-mounted, but, you know, it's like a counter-weighted boom camera setup, so I can get in and down and up and, you know, left and right and zoom in and out and all this stuff. Get the detail shots, you know, the texture shots for the food that is being prepped. Like, you'll see this when Maya does the pulled pork. You know, you can see what's going on from above. 2 hands with forks separating the meat into delicious, juicy bits. But, like, then when you cut to the close-up, that is the money shot, ladies and gentlemen. When you can really see what's going on in there. That is the camera that I am spending most of my time on when we're shooting food stuff together. And those 2 shots have to be synced up. So we don't just roll for like an hour. We'll roll for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever. And every single time there are 2 shots, they all have to be synchronized. I don't have a system that does that automatically. So that is one of the things that takes time. That and rendering, uploading, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, there's been a lot of editing as well. Ooh, looking forward to it. Good. Oh my god, am I late? Not at all. You are 10 minutes after start. 5 minutes, really. And servers are down, so we're going to go and do some PTS. We might do some Oblivion early. That would make sense, right? While the main game is down. ESO being the main game. But my Oblivion Remastered has been really, really misbehaving. I don't know if I need to reinstall it, but it's been running like absolute dog shit. Like 40 FPS, when normally I'm getting 80, 90, 100. And it's not like max settings or anything like that. I tried running it not in 4K, it didn't really seem to help. And I couldn't even start it earlier today. So I don't know what's up with that, but we will try it, and if it fails, well, we can always play the vanilla Oblivion. But yeah, so we're going to learn more about Update 48. I mean, fingers crossed for Update 48, am I right? We really need this one to be an exciting thing. The Undaunted celebration. I don't know how bothered people are about that. Vengeance, always fun, but I think less and less exciting with each passing version of it. Just because the novelty wears off more and more, you know? But it is always cool to have Cyrodiil busy. Above all else. Yeah, so we'll find out more about the Writhing Wall event and Eastern Solstice. Okay, so Update 48 is arriving on PTS, and we'll be able to test the event again. That's good news. Before it actually goes live. So I don't think a lot of people tested it. Anyway, what else have we got? Crown Store Showcase. Let's do it. Let's allow ourselves the temptation. Gilly-chan, a bird flew into our home and Zaza, one of our cats, caught it. Carried the bird into my parents' room under the bed. I had to get her out of the room, but while I did that, the bird hid and I couldn't find it. Oh my god. Yeah, bird in the house, that is actually a nightmare. We had one that fell down our chimney in my parents' house a while back, and it was like a working fireplace, you know? So the chimney was full of soot. So not only did a big bomb of soot fall down that came with the bird and sort of spread out into the room, but the bird flew around bumping into walls, windows, curtains, paintings, everything, and just leaving soot everywhere. I still don't think they've cleaned it up, and that was like 20 years ago. I mean, and of course they've cleaned it up, but you know, completely. Guns N' Raiders. Oh, and it's console players stuck here with 30 to 60 FPS. Yeah, but when it should be running at one thing, and I mean, play on PC, frankly. if you care about frames, don't play console. But yeah, it is one of those things. Like, when I was playing at 30 FPS back in the day, it was completely normal. It never bothered me. But once you've had 60 FPS, it's hard to go back. Once you have 80 to 120 FPS, it's hard to go back. Above that, I couldn't comment. 120 FPS is the highest I ever play at, because that's what my monitor will allow. I'm not bothering to pause and all this stuff. A lot of this is not new, actually, which is always a relief. Cool House returning, for those who haven't got it already and who do want it. The Blackwood Chapel Castle House. Pretty fun. Another very cool house. The Fargrave Mansion. What else have we got? A personal plant thief. That's pretty fun. In seconds, this well-trained prairie dog can pilfer flora you need for your crafting. Be careful. This charming little rogue might steal your heart. Of course, I'm looking forward to the Undaunted event. Double loot is always nice. One of my goals is to get a full sticker book. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Gilly-chan, shortly ago, my mum came home. The bird was hiding behind the bed. Mum managed to catch it and let it out the window. Beautiful. Glad there was a happy ending. Yenyu, yes. I play everything I can in 4K. Doom, the Dark Ages, I ran in 1440. No, not 1440. Whatever it is, I took a step down for that one just because that's the kind of game where you're not really looking at the pixel perfect detail. What you want is frames. But Oblivion, a remastered I've been playing in 4K, Indiana Jones, one of the most demanding games I've ever played in terms of graphics, that I played in 4K. Space Marine 2 with, I don't know if I played it on ultra settings in 4K. I think I turned a few things down, but yeah, it's like 120 frames. Once you go 4K, it's hard to go back, man, I feel like. So yeah, I play everything that I can in 4K, and Elder Scrolls Online, obviously, That game looks great in 4K. You can really get the UI out of the freaking way. Make it take up less of a proportion of your screen. Yeah, I think that's it, right? We're done. Yeah, we're done with this. Let's flip on over to the game. So we are going to be on PTS. Sorry about that. How could you, Khan? Right? But yeah. I can't play on live because the server's down. Server's down for maintenance for another 2-3 hours. We'll see. It might come up early, but no promises. And welcome on in, by the way. Yen Yu. Or Yen Yu. Sorry, that is a difficult one for me to pronounce today for some reason. A flying soot ball, yeah. Boss, I'm looking forward to the Undaunted event, double loot. Yeah, I already read that one. Oh, man, I still need to wake up, apparently. I've been on the road for like 3 hours, and apparently I'm still asleep. Good. Apparently I got lucky with the traffic there. Guns and Raiders. I do understand you, though. You pay for something, you expect it to friggin' work. And it's not just the frames. It was that the game just wasn't running properly. It felt sluggish and non-performant. Like right now, it's... I press something and it happens. The delay is almost imperceptible. But if I drop to 60 frames, like when I installed my capture card, Windows and ESO between them really had trouble giving me 120 frames because they thought 60 was the max. Because my capture card will only capture 4K at 60 frames maximum. And it was horrible for me playing ESO at 60 FPS. Even though I'd played it at 60 FPS for probably the first couple of years I had the game. It's fine. But yeah, I thought there was a massive server issue. I didn't know what was going on. Only when I looked at the FPS counter did I realize what the problem was. But it feels like... It feels almost unplayable. It's strange, the psychology of that. Vezok, hi friends, I'm back from my 1 month of vacation. Rub it in, why don't you? Every day I ate like a family of 4. Wow. What about 4 dads? Or did you have, you know, the mixture of appetites? But either way, welcome back. And congrats on a very well-earned bit of time off there, Vezok. Oh no, this character hasn't been subclassed yet. Because I'm on PTS, I forgot all that. So we are going to have to do this all over again. Uh-oh. Oh, that fucking sucks. I might just do this on a different character. Who cares, right? Who cares? You guys don't care. Never tried 4K gaming. Is it worth it? You don't need to. But like I said, it's like having... I don't know if you guys have this, but when I got my first smartphone, it was a tiny little thing compared to... My first iPhone was a tiny little thing compared to the iPhone I have today. They did get bigger and bigger and bigger, and now they've got a bit smaller again. But, I'm not sure I could go back to that small screen size now that I've had, you know, the really big... A phone that's like perfect, you can operate it with one hand, but it's about the maximum screen size you could do that with. It's a little bit like that, that's all I can really say. The 4K thing. Look at this, here we are, back at the Writhing Wall. I still don't think they've reactivated the event, so otherwise I would suggest we just do this. We just mess around with the Writhing Wall, talk about what's coming. But I think if I try to do any of the quests, they won't update. I think the NPCs are inactive, and I can't progress any of these. Like if I kill any of the worm cultists, the next wave won't spawn. You know? I think that's the issue on PTS at the moment. They turned the event off, and then they'll reactivate it once PTS flips to update 48, which is very exciting. Yeah, I'm a humble 1080p enjoyer still. Yeah. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I mean, we're watching the stream in 1080, right? It doesn't look shit or anything. So I have to be mindful of things not always being super legible. That's why I sometimes do this with my user interface. A lot easier to see the thumbnails at that scale. Morning, kiddings. How you doing? And Zdenya, hello there. Welcome on in. You A4 people every day. Guns N' Raiders. I forgot how huge Daggerfall is to play, or at least how vast it feels to travel. The mount animation always kicks me. Yeah, it's wild. And I've spent only a few hours in there over the last week getting Daggerfall Unity set up. Did you play it on Unity, by the way? Here I am on PTS, still compulsively looting platinum. Highly recommend it. It really didn't take very long to set up. PCEU is up? No way! You know what? I'm not even going to query that. I'm just going to trust. That's terrific. Thank you, Guns N' Raiders. Bob, 120 Hz with 120 FPS feels and looks always better than 60, at least for me. And yes, oh yeah, you totally see the difference. It's not even that you see it, you feel it. You know, it's like, oh, how can I describe it? Have you ever played on have you ever done something on a PC that's really struggling? Like, it's having a real tech support moment. And so when you move the mouse, there's a slight delay between you moving the mouse and the mouse actually moving on screen, the cursor moving on screen. Ugh, doesn't that feel... That is the worst. It genuinely feels a little bit, bleh, you know, unpleasant. Sort of nauseating or triggering in some way. Dropping frames when you expect something at 120, dropping back to 60 feels... It's that big a difference. I'm not even kidding. Wow, look at this. Y'all are about to be witnesses to me doing a legal thing. The new update includes an update to the privacy policy. So, I hope you were paying attention. I just read the entire thing. I'm like Johnny Five from... What's that movie? Short Circuit, when he reads The Hound of the Baskervilles in like 10 seconds. Hey, Teddy. Hey, there's a Ted. There's a cat. Hello. Hello, Ted. Teddy. You guys can't hear him, can you? He's meowing. Meow. Hey, buddy, what's up? A man talks to his cat off camera. This is just great content right here. Alright, come on. Come on, little man. Right, back he goes on the floor where he belongs. I guess he wants a snack, but tough shit. Too early. Well, thank you very much, Guns N' Raiders, for that. Yeah. Illegal to eat a family of 4. Not if they're people from the sea, for example. My god. Yeah, Bob, playing at 1080, so performance isn't a problem. Frames are like one of the biggest things. I've read articles on this by people who know much more than I do, who've done the testing behind this, but it's often said that FPS is more important than anything else. You know, don't turn on ray tracing, don't turn on anti-aliasing or fancy shadows or any of those things until your FPS is beyond what you need. You know? And X-Ripe. Hello there! Be working while lurking? Happy lurking, happy working. I hope you have a good day, a productive one. I wish that on everyone who's here today. And if you are at work, thank you so much for tuning in. Kidding, it's better if I wasn't working, but at least I have you lot to keep me sane. Well, they're right on cue there. Guns N' Raiders. I had to use Linux and PAX because I could not get Steam on a shitty Chromebook. In guns we trust. Exactly, Erin. How are you doing? Good afternoon. Morning for us, afternoon for you. How you doing? And Vezok, I've tried Unity. Took like 45 minutes to set up a mod list. And it was so cozy. 45 minutes. But I mean, you saw how it looked when I played it. Completely unmodded. It was already lovely. It was already a lovely, lovely, smooth experience to play. Like, wow. Impressively so. Alright, well the server's up. This is an unexpected treat. So I could do a round of writs here on my main character while we talk. And then we can get going with the final leg of the Aldmeri Dominion storyline. It was going a little bit slow yesterday because the conversation here in chat was absolutely delightful. And we were all firing on... Well, you guys were firing on all cylinders. I was just laughing like an idiot at all the funny things he was saying. But that's what I'm here for, right? To absorb and to react. And occasionally say something useful about the game to someone who's got a question. Question, what even is Unity? It is an engine, you know, like the Unreal Engine or the Gamebryo engine, the Creation engine. I'm pretty sure that's all it is. So they rebuilt Daggerfall from the ground up so that it works in Unity. And I think it's also an open source engine. People will correct me if I'm wrong, but you can use it for free. But once you start making money from it, once you make more than a certain amount, you owe... I could be getting it mixed up with Unreal here, but I think that's how it works. Right? So that it's free, but once you start earning money from whatever you made using that engine, they are entitled to a share of the profit. Or a share of the revenue. I don't know how it works, but... Either way, I'm getting messages from the lady. Oh, I do have to drive her back later. Yeah, no problem. By the way, heads up, at some point Maya's on the road today, so she was probably going to call me when she has a quick break, because she's way too far away for me to go and have lunch with her. She's like well over an hour's drive from where we live. But she'll probably call me just to say hi. So what I'll do is I'll put her on speaker so she can say hello to you guys, and then I'll buzz off for 3-4 minutes or whatever and take a quick break from streaming to talk to her. That's the way that's gonna go. Erin, the NPM pack that I use has a memory leak, and sometimes it starts gobbling more and more and more RAM until the PC dies. Oof. Yeah, Daggerfall Unity, a project that uses the Unity engine to run Daggerfall, and it's fantastic. They call Khan the Pussycat Whisperer. Who's they? And if they want to live, they better fucking stop it. Guns N' Raiders, I'll look into it. Linux and PAX is a tad hassle, not gonna lie. Yeah, insane streamer talked to his imaginary cat, caught in 4K. Hey, buddy. Oh, he's back. What do you want? He had his breakfast. He's had his late morning snooze. He's probably had a little poop. Lovely. And now it's time to hassle me. Teddy? What? He's right next to the microphone. I'll see if I can get him to meow. He's not going to do it. Teddy? Ted, no. Ted? Nah, he's too chill. Too chill. The Pussycat Whisperer. Those silly emulators are buggy. Moose, I've tried 2 different console add-ons now that are supposed to let you change attribute bars placement. One didn't add settings anywhere, so I couldn't change anything. The other one didn't work. Until I opened a menu, then it reverted back to standard. Oof. Clearly that is a more difficult thing to do in the console environment than it is on PC. But yeah, it's quite nice to be able to do. I mean, then again, look at what I did. I've got a like a crazy customized version of LUI Extended running here. But all that I've done is put the health, stamina, and magicka bars back where they were. in the vanilla UI. I've just made them much bigger, so it's easier for me to track what's going on. Gilly-chan, somehow Twitch decided not to post my comment. Oh well. How bizarre. Sorry about that. PC are now up as well. Awesome. And Vezok Khan didn't see any of the streams. It was quite a full vacation. Yeah, no worries. We'd go out at 1 to 3 and return home at like 2 a.m. Nice. The only thing you really missed, the only time when I mentioned your name specifically, I knew you weren't here, but I just mentioned you anyway, was yesterday when we were playing Morrowind. Guess what we ran into? Guess which animal we came across, and I immediately gave you a shout out. But yeah, we've been playing a different game to cap off the stream every evening. We played Doom: The Dark Ages for about an hour on whenever it was. Was it Friday? Saturday it would have been. Maybe it was Friday. I'm losing track. Teddy, go away. Oh, just get lost. Sorry. My cat is doing that thing where he just parades in front of me. It's not time for him to be fed, so I'm not going to do it. And if I do feed him, he'll probably eat like a tiny little bit and then leave it there to dry out. Ugh. Similar situation with Oblivion, Sky Oblivion. Sort of, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And no worries, Guns N' Raiders, you didn't offend. Yeah, like how you can play the original Doom games in Doom Eternal. Did you try opening the add-on and looking in the settings? Yeah, I'm sure Moose had a look at what was possible, but yeah, Dragon's saying, which ones? I can test them now, I'm just getting on. There are sometimes a settings option for them once you open them. Gilly, I wonder if we're having internet issues. Some pages take a while to load their content. Was it a guar? It was indeed a guar. Delicious meat. Yeah, we ate it. Hooray! Good morning. Logging into stream from work. Who made 5 a.m. an acceptable start time? Oh, you're beating me then. I was up at 5:30 to get on the road today. I thought mine was an early start. Are you actually at work at 5 a.m.? What am I doing? We don't want to do Ritz. We're not here to do Ritz. That's the wrong character. Moose. Western UI didn't show up at all. Add-on settings sections once installed. 8K's attribute bars is the one that does work if you use the custom bars, but then it didn't save the setting. Well, good luck with it is all I can say. Sorry, bro, I know nothing about that at all. I know plenty about PC add-ons, but even then, I try to keep it to a minimum. I don't like having 1,000 add-ons jostling against one another and slowing down my game. And make no mistake, they do slow down your game. At the very least, your loading screens will be longer. At the very least. No. Extra up gets pretty monotonous to file away all the pieces. Nice to have background entertainment. Excellent. Oh, the message didn't go through. Working on a bar stool right now as part of the carpentry apprenticeship. That's what the piece is referred to. Oh, I see. And Raptor, hello there, Khan. What's your favorite film from 2025 so far? Oh, I don't know. Ooh. I haven't seen that many new movies this year that I can think of. I watched Heretic. I quite enjoyed that. I didn't think it was amazing, but it was very good. And it was interesting, crucially. Which I think is harder for horror movies to do than it looks. And we've definitely seen some more new movies. I'm just struggling to think what. But yeah, everyone gushed about Heretic already, so there's no need for me to talk about that. Quar is friend. It's always time for them to be fed. Except, yeah. Yeah. Who the hell knows? Jokes aside, I'm sure some ESO NPCs eat guar. And it'd be rude not to if it dies. But it's a bit like eating horse, you know? It's an animal used for something else. Probably you have a relationship with it that means you're not going to bonk it on the head when it gets old. And you're not going to eat it if it dies. I'm just going to get Ritz done on this character because I don't want that hanging over me while I'm questing around. What about you, Raptor? What's your favorite movie of 2025 so far? And everyone, for that matter. Obviously, none of us, I doubt any of us have seen the vast majority of big releases this year, but unless there's a professional movie critic in the audience, which I doubt. Yeah, thanks, Dragon. Do let us know if you find anything, but as Moose is saying, don't waste your time. Vezok, do you have eating pack guar? Suboptimal, they're much more helpful as friends. Yeah, Bantam guar is probably what they eat, which aren't guar. Hence the name Bantam. Yeah. Gilly-chan, have to eat lunch, be back soon. Alright, enjoy, bon appetit. And guars produce eggs and milk. How does this work? I have no idea. Do they produce eggs? I suppose they are reptilian, aren't they? I never really thought about that. But how can it... Yeah, why eggs and milk? That's strange. Does the platypus breastfeed? Is that... Because that's a weird creature, isn't it? It, like, lays eggs, but it's also a mammal. Is that right? This is probably a biological fact that everyone should know, and I'm just, like, revealing my vague ignorance on the subject. Platypus is also venomous. Yeah. So the guar is a bit like a platypus, in some ways, in that it defies biological categorization. Or at least it defies easy categorization. Man, you pick up so much rubbish from questing, don't you? And people ask how to make gold in this game. Like, I just did a bunch of quests, and look how much this sells for. And you want to make more money out of it, then you just... I was going to decon it with this character, but I'm actually not going to do that. I usually do that on my main. Just bank it, deconstruct it. And you should make even more in terms of value from the materials you get than from just even from the white stuff, I think. Like the leather you would get from this is worth more than the 47 gold you would get it. But obviously easier just to sell it. Less hassle. Bit of inventory admin. It's got to be done before I go a-questing once more and fill my inventory up again. We don't want that. Hang on, was that yeah, maybe I put the Blintz's recipe in the bank. Someone else can eat it. Pretty good maintenance though. They were saying it should be up 2 o'clock. So they're 2.5 hours early in getting the servers back up. That's pretty good. Good job, Zos. Most horse sausage over here is fairly normal. I mean, it should be normal, but you know what I mean? If you have a relation, it's hard enough to butcher an animal that you don't know. You know, if you actually have to do it. I think this is a healthy thing for meat eaters to consider. Like, I knew a girl, one of my buddies, I mean, they're married now, but at the time it was just his girlfriend. And she was a big meat eater, you know, she liked burgers and steak and whatever. She wasn't too keen on fish, but she hated anything that had the bone on or where any of the skin was visible or anything like that that reminded her that it used to be an animal. And yeah, while I understand that attitude, I also thought, then maybe you should consider being a vegetarian if you have these issues with it. If you can't confront that fact, you know, it just seemed like a ill-adjusted. And when vegetarians or vegans make this kind of argument, of course, I hate a preachy vegan, a pregan. Everyone hates that, even if they're right. It sucks when they're preachy about it. But my godfather was a bit of a strange fellow. He's no longer with us, sadly. He was quite an eccentric guy. He was a very successful and single man, so he had a lot of money and a lot of time. He could afford to be eccentric, basically. And he once got a pig for his back garden, and he found that he couldn't kill it. So he sold it to somebody else. I can't remember exactly what the arrangement was, but he did get it butchered for meat, but he just couldn't do it. So that's sort of where I'm coming from. If you've been riding a horse and working with a horse for years, or a gua in the fantasy version, and then it comes time for them to give up the ghosts, that's going to be tough. I can understand if that's not a thing that you're able to do. Like the family dog, that's a better example, right? When the family pet dies, you don't eat it, even though in many ways that would be the logical course of action. That would be horrific. That would have been a better shorthand if I'd just gone straight to that example. Platypus is good for your enemies. Volcanic, that's funny. Erin always passes the vibe check, this is true. Rewatched The Core last weekend, but not from 2025. Fair enough, still worth mentioning. Guastek and yummy ash yams in brown sauce. Erin, many freaky people over here doing God knows what with horse sausage. Not that kind of sausage. Yeah, let's not even go there. Let's not go to Catherine the Great territory. I need to do the Ashlander quests again in Aldrune. The Ushikalu, best Ashlander clan. So nice. Yeah, you mean the original Morrowind. Send them a nice platypus steak. Don't praise the devs. The meta is to hate them with all your fury. I prefer to mete out praise and venom when they are deserved, and to be more sophisticated. It's very easy to do, but if you just acknowledge the fact that the dev team is not just one coagulated blob of the same people doing the same thing. You know, they're all equally responsible for equal parts of the game, and they're completely homogenous in their capabilities, opinions, experience, and delivery and responsibility, and yada yada yada. People talk about the devs or the studio like this all the time. Like it's not a group of people with completely different responsibilities and areas of expertise and aspects of the game that they deliver upon. So I will praise some things and slag off others. And that immediately makes me seem smarter, even if I'm not actually smarter. Makes me seem smarter than 99.9% of people talking about games on the internet. Am I right? Just that one simple thing. I could be pig ignorant about everything else, but if I just acknowledge the fact in when I talk about a team of developers or a studio or a publisher or whatever, that different people are responsible for different things, that immediately elevates my whole game. Tell me I'm wrong. Yeah, if you can't confront it, you shouldn't eat it, Bob. I kind of agree. And Razam, good morning, hello, or whatever time it is for you. Moose, I love pigs. They're cute as fuck, but I'd butcher the fuck out of them if I had to. Chicken skin skewers. Yeah. I honestly don't know. I think I would struggle, man. I would struggle. I don't know if I have this more than other people, but I empathize with animals very, very easily. I think that's pretty normal. Unless you're a sociopath and you just don't have any empathy at all. And I think I would, it would be a very difficult thing for me to do. But I don't fucking know. I've never been in that situation, almost certainly never will be. How to identify a vegan? They will for sure tell you. Actually, a lot of them don't, but I know exactly what you mean. It's sort of that slightly Karen mentality of, I need everyone to know my thing, and they kind of ruin the image of the vegan. It's a little bit like Greenpeace, you know, the organization Greenpeace. They ought to have the most squeaky clean reputation, but there's like a militant core that kind of fucks it for everyone else. I call it pissing on your own fire. You know, it's counterproductive, guys, and they taint the image of everyone else.
No warning.
But yeah, I've definitely known the vegans you're talking about. But I actually think they're a minority. I think most people who are vegan, vegetarian, or pescatarian will not mention it unless it is germane to the conversation.
You're heading the wrong way, aren't you? Everyone's fleeing Velen Harbor, but a few diehards.
But yeah, people who evangelize about a totally personal choice like that. Oh, it's just irksome, you know? Yeah, Volcanic, yeah, of course. Still got the pig killed. And let's actually catch up with chat. I'm way behind here already. Guars provide milk, meat, leather, transport for Vardenfell, Sutter, Velothi ranches, straight through UESP. Crispy bacon is going to become crispy bacon if I'm hungry. I've never heard that before. Calling your pig Chris P bacon. That's awesome. Family Dog is a bad example if you're from Korea. Dragon. Looks like Western UI is out of date, and even the lib add-on menu isn't showing any settings. Thanks for the follow, Volcanic. Much appreciated. And to Moose, yeah, I don't get how it's even out of date. Yeah, it's just arrived, right? We've had, what? One API bump required? But I guess if people are making add-ons for the first time, they're not used to that whole thing, that it needs to be bumped. At the very least, for each patch. Vezog, dude, when my mum was in the Middle East, my grandparents left their duck and bunny to their neighbours to keep until they got back from vacation. Same place I go to almost every year. The neighbours cooked her pets and ate them? What? Oh, no. Why did I say Middle East? Middle school. What the fuck? A good story was coming, and I thought, oh, Middle East, not middle school. Dude, that is super fucked up. What? But yeah, Raptor, probably Sinners. Anyone else see Sinners, the movie this year? Topics be dark, not gonna lie. Yeah. Yeah, this happened. That is wild. Fezman, you're in Valenwood now. No vegans here. That's true. Except maybe the High Elves.
I'm as in charge of this madhouse as anyone. Hold a moment. You're no cringing diplomat.
Cringing
Really
diplomat.
The droblog overran the market.
Why are the fists of Thalmor in Velen Harbor? And did Velen Harbor give enthusiastic, informed consent?
The Queen sent us to escort
You want to be
the
careful
Green
with
Lady
that.
to the city of Sylvanar. But the Redguard and Droblog clan got here first.
Alright. Volcanic. Best trolling of veganism was the movie Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. One of his girlfriend's exes was a vegan, and he got his superpowers from it. Yeah, I remember that. I haven't seen that movie in a long time. I saw it once. That is an underrated film. Like, it kind of came and went. It's good, isn't it? Moose. I hate the fake gluten allergic people more because they actually ruin it for the real ones. That's totally true. One of our biggest early videos for Maya's Cookery School was all about what gluten actually is. We had to be very careful. We were very, very diplomatic. Didn't express any opinions, only the facts. We still got some absolute hate from people in the comments section. The internet is just retards everywhere. No, I shouldn't use that word. Whatever. Reprobates, degenerates, you know, people who don't think before beginning to type or speak. We're all guilty of it sometimes, but come on. Yeah, and it was basically about that. You know, what gluten actually is. It is not a protein. It's a combination.
Help me.
And it's actually very interesting. And the way that it creates this sort of web inside, or like a matrix is the word that it's used. It creates a matrix inside the dough, and that's what gives it that stretch and structure. And yeah, really, really cool. Very interesting. But the vast majority of people who think they're gluten intolerant are nothing of the sort. There might be something else, like FODMAPs or other things that are causing them real digestive distress, or something like that. It's not that fully understood. They might just have IBS, whatever. But a lot of it is coincidence, and then there is a tiny, tiny, tiny proportion of the population, at least in the West, that is genuinely celiac, and gluten is super dangerous to them. But it is 0.2% of the population or something like that. Whereas if you go to a middle-class part of any city, you'll find that about 60% of the population there seems to think they're celiac. And yeah, it definitely does lead to misrepresentation and ignorance about the very real condition. And it trivializes it for these people. Actually, I know someone who's celiac. It's genuinely dangerous. And painful. Like, parties were a nightmare. When she was a kid, when she was a teenager, she had to be like super together at parties and just not touch anything. Really harsh. So people who just pretend because they think it's cool, I don't know. Weird. Duck is super tasty, of course it is, but you don't eat someone's pet. Right? And thanks, Dreg, another update there for AKS or AKs. Did you log out and switch back? Moose saves everything. I've used the custom bars, but for the base game. So this is a console add-on, by the way. Welcome if you just joined. We are talking, among other things, about getting add-ons to work on console, which allow you to move different parts of the UI around, like to rearrange the UI. Resets those as soon as I open any menu. That's weird. Vezok, you don't think you've seen anything in 2025? Anything from 2025 other than Andor? Yeah, Aaron, a lot of such people, including preachy vegans, are very boring. They don't have anything noteworthy about themselves, so they make what they don't eat their personality. That's actually pretty astute. People do that with a lot of things. You know, they latch onto something as like a badge that they can wear. And I don't think it's really because they're boring. It's because they are terrified that they might be boring. So instead of just being themselves, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? I should get this armor motif, new Namtab. Well, this one. Or the,
Stay out of each other's way.
these guys.
Trying to rally.
Get them all. Get them all. They're all awesome. I've seen Sinners. It was a fun watch. Cool. Nice. Guns and Raiders. Change your topic. What's the best holiday you've ever taken? Seem to be very cultured. Well, thank you for saying so. That is an illusion I'm managing to convey somehow. Don't ask me how. The best holiday. This is gonna sound really fucking pretentious, but Maya once bought me a trip to Bordeaux. It's not how it sounds. It wasn't like one of those package holidays where you go to the giant vineyard with a bunch of American tourists. No, we stayed in a little, like a boutique hotel on the edge of the city. It was really cool. It was like a Danish company. That's not why we stayed there, but they'd set up this like super designer hotel. It was quite cheap and cheerful, but everything was super stylish and very simple, very like laid back. I think it made it easier to clean. I think that was part of the deal, so they could save a little bit of money there. But yada yada. Basically, Bordeaux, the city, is fucking beautiful. It's got this amazing waterfront, which was extraordinarily wealthy a few hundred years ago. Still pretty wealthy now, and it's like one of the. I think it's the largest urban UNESCO World Heritage Site in the entire world. Which, when you think about it, that's pretty cool, because this long stretch along the waterfront, along the river, with these old merchant houses where the wine trade was really popping off. And then the center of the city right behind that area is just beautiful. It was touristy as hell. Like, you couldn't eat anywhere in the center because it was A, really derivative and generic and lame, and B, incredibly expensive. So it was not a great place to visit in terms of like accessibility, but because we'd done our homework and we hadn't used any agencies to get any tours or anything like that. We just talked to some actual vineyards. Like, we got a really cheap tour of Pichon Longueville, which is a really nice vineyard. Obviously, we're both quite into wine. We don't spend a lot of money on wine or anything, but you know, Maya's a chef. She knows an awful lot about it. I wouldn't be surprised if one day she gets the qualification to become a master of wine, which is an incredibly difficult. It sounds like a joke, but that's no joke. Seriously, it's like having a PhD. It's really, really like heavy stuff. That was pretty special, mostly because there was this impenetrable facade of touristy bullshit around the entire place, and because we were able to break through that because we'd done a bit of homework, and we knew we probably would never get to visit again, so we wanted to make the most of it. So we stayed away from the touristy vineyards and restaurants and just did our own thing. Like, we found little eateries along the country roads. Amazing part of the world, and the people were so chill, so friendly. Not the snobbish thing that you'd imagine. Also, there was a really cool market that they would set up on the waterfront on the walk back from the city centre to our hotel. So we'd shop there, and I forgot the French word for money on the first day. It just couldn't come to me. And then after we got back to the hotel, I remembered it's silver, argent, right? My French was super rusty. Still is, but and one evening when we were walking back to the hotel, we just decided to dance along the... I'm not a dancer. I'm a Danish guy. We do not dance. You know, Vikings don't dance. We maybe bang our mugs on the table. Sometimes that's about it. But we had a little dance. We were pissed, I'll be honest. We'd had wine. But we danced along the waterfront at night with the stars shining. That was pretty fucking cool. That is a life memory right there. Other than that, I don't know. I've been to a lot of fun places, but they're usually the off-key ones. You know, the ones that you don't find in the tourist guide. Do you know what I mean? So that was a very random question, Guns N' Raiders, and a bit of a tangent. What happens when a gluten-intolerant person eats gluten? They get incredible pains. Basically, I can't actually remember what it does, but they lack... they get stuck in their intestines. They can't break it down, and it causes massive pain. It can lead to all sorts of other things, and it can even lead to things getting improperly taken into the bloodstream that haven't been absorbed properly. You know how the body breaks things down before they go into the bloodstream? If that happens without them being broken down first, I'm sorry, I'm too ignorant to answer that question properly. I made this video years ago. But it was an education, just doing the research for it. It was really fascinating. Bob, I'm glad I don't have any allergies. I know someone that is really gluten intolerant. She could die if she eats enough of it. Yeah, exactly. My mum has got... It's not gluten... Oh, crap. She's definitely not a celiac. It's bad. I'm glad my mum doesn't watch my streams. She would never. But she has to stay away from certain bread products and be a little bit careful. But for her, it's just like bloat and pain. But if you're a celiac, it can be much, much more serious. Yeah, it's a big deal. That's why I think that comment was on point about people who just throw that term around. Oh, no gluten, please. I'm gluten-free. And... I don't know, just... I guess it makes them feel special, but at the same time it cheapens our perception of the people who really struggle with this stuff. Definitely a thing. But, you know, Maya used to work in... She's worked in a bunch of restaurants over the years. The first restaurant she worked in had 2 Michelin stars, so... They really weren't fucking around in this place. And the amount of people who would be there with the most bullshit allergy requirements. And, of course, you can't question it in a place like that. You can't say, yeah, but are you really? Yeah, you say you're allergic to mushrooms, but are you really? No. I think we all know you're not. If you just don't like mushrooms, say so, and we'll make sure they're not in the food. If you say you're allergic, we then have to, like, prep your food, you know, in an airtight, you know, what's the word, like a clean room in a hospital? Bit of a pain in the butt. So, Maya has a very low tolerance, pun intended, for these kind of people, just because she's been on the receiving end of, you know, having to prepare dishes for a table of people, and they all have to be prepared on different workstations by different people. You have to change your gloves and all that stuff. Yeah. And in a kitchen like that, money is time is everything, isn't it? Imagine if they switched the duck and bunny with identical looking ones. That would be evil. Yeah. Okay. I see, Bob. Just lots of allergies on top. That's often the case, isn't it? You get people who have a bunch of allergies. That really sucks. Dragon, not wasting time. I know I'm going to have guild members asking me the same questions, so I might as well figure it all. I'll tell you what, we appreciate that. Even though I'm not going to benefit from it directly, if the community benefits from you testing this stuff out, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Bom, bom, bom. Mokro, sommelier, yeah. You don't have to be a master of wine to be a sommelier, absolutely not. You don't really have to know much about wine at all in terms of official qualifications, I don't think. But, yeah, that's the kind of thing, like, you will get, if you go to a really, really fancy restaurant, I can imagine you might have an MW, as they're called. Not even kidding. A master of wine as the, you know, head sommelier or whatever. It's not an area I know a huge amount about. I know a bit about it because Maya's a chef. Well, I'm a type 1 diabetic, so carbs aren't that good for me there. Yeah, so you have to be careful as well. And Guns N' Raiders, this is what I meant. You guys actually sound like you've great holidays and delve into the actual experience of that country. I think it comes from... Yeah, well, we try, but it's tough. Closest thing to a package holiday I've been on was our honeymoon, and we went to St. Lucia, which is a very poor country, but a beautiful place. I freaking loved the people there. I know it's such a cliche for a white Westerner to be like, oh, the people were so great, but they were awesome. And we stayed at a hotel which was just starting up. There's a chain of shops in this country called Hotel Chocolat, and they make artisanal, like, fancy chocolate, basically. Hipster chocolate, kind of. But it's all sustainably sourced, which is, like, a big deal. It's a bigger deal than I ever realized. It's a bit like coffee. You know, there are farmers who are basically indentured because of the way that the coffee and chocolate companies get them to grow their stuff, and they pay them just enough for it to be worthwhile, but not enough that they can ever escape. There's a lot of that happens. The economics of it are really, really horrific. And St. Lucia is a great place for growing chocolate, and this chain of shops basically had a hotel, which they had opened there. It was quite rough and ready, but they were basically giving away rooms for like half the price they would normally be during those first few months. And we didn't get into the first round, we were late. But in the second round, we managed to get a room. And we decided, fuck it, we'll take a couple of weeks in the Caribbean. What a great honeymoon this will be. And because the stay itself was much cheaper, the flights were obviously horrendously expensive, but it wasn't as bad. And on that occasion, we didn't get to do what you're talking about, because we were basically encouraged, do not go into the town just by yourself. Just stay in the resort areas, and it felt like a real bullshit move, but I didn't know enough about where we were to actually contradict that advice. They were saying, look, people are awesome, but they are poor, and they will see you, and you will be surrounded by beggars, and maybe worse. So just don't do it. You know, go to the beach. You know, go out on a boat ride, all of this stuff, but don't like go into the town by yourself. I kind of hated being in a place where that was the line that they took, you know? So I know what you mean. I hate that kind of packaged holiday experience. But sometimes it's exactly what you want. Just a pool or a beach, a nice bedroom that gets cleaned for you. That's definitely the most exotic holiday I've ever taken. By a long way. What about you guys? Favorite holiday, most crazy place or exotic place that you visited? Sometimes the favorite ones are really close to home, like northern France. That is the most unadventurous thing. Look at these guys. I'm just gonna chuck blast bones at them. Ha! Get fucked. Yeah. Well, thanks for the kind words either way, Raiders. And yeah, Erin, I didn't know. Thanks for letting me know. Danes don't lie. Was it Tyne Audio slogan back in the day? I have no idea. Danes don't dance. Either way, certainly. At least I don't. Yeah, people don't understand how it works. Kiddings. And I'm just as guilty of that as anyone else. I just happened to be in the privileged position where I needed for work to make a sort of a YouTube style video breakdown of what gluten is, what it does to people who can, you know, what it does to bread, what it does to the average person, what it does to people who are celiac, and I've already forgotten it because it was years ago, but yeah, it opened my eyes. I remember doing a project on asbestos. I needed to find the best lawyer for suing companies for asbestos. Asbestos toxicity, I guess you would call it. It's not poisoning. And the vast majority of people don't have any idea how asbestos works. Like why it's dangerous. We consider that it's poisonous or something. No, it's a crystalline... It's a crystalline, what would you call it? A compound that is unique in its molecular composition so that it has 3 cleavage planes. Get the giggles out of the way. And that means that it splits into needles. Extremely fine needles. And when you inhale those, they're like, we're talking like tiny little hairs almost. And when you inhale those, they get stuck in the alveoli, is that the word, in the lungs? You know, the little bubbles and sacs inside our lungs. And when they get stuck in, when gunk gets into your lungs like that, dust or whatever, the lungs have a sort of digestive response where they will secrete something that will just break down the intrusive object. This is a bit disgusting. So sorry, we'll get off this subject any moment. But what happens when it's a crystalline thing stuck in the lung, it doesn't get broken down. So the lungs produce more and more of whatever this is until your lungs corrode themselves from the inside out. And you can get plasmosis, you can get cancer. It's absolutely horrendous what happens. And big companies, of course, after this was realized, spent all of their money, not on compensating the people that they'd inadvertently poisoned, effectively, like given death sentences to, or often very, very painful conditions, lifelong suffering. Of course, they spent all of their money and energy on indemnifying themselves and paying lawyers to make sure they were not liable and discouraging people from suing for damages. That's how it works. And yeah, one of my early projects was to track down a lawyer who could do this, and I found someone who literally wrote the book on this subject, and it was like it was kind of a headhunting thing back as a management consultant, and I learned so much about asbestos toxicity. I love shit like that, but it's just pure luck. I love it when a job gives you that. Like, Occasionally I get that doing this as well. Like when we were talking to the devs, the process of game development is so fascinating, and we were talking to the devs of ESO for 10Fest, for example, and when we interviewed Nate Perkypile, who worked on Skyrim, Fallout, and all these other games with Bethesda, and how he made his own game, which, The Axis Unseen, the name just escaped me for a moment. So cool! I learned so much, and it's like, when that happens, whatever job it is, it feels like the best job in the world. I think most of us are lucky enough that our jobs occasionally will do this. You know what I mean? Erin, say whenever I go to a barbecue, I always lie and tell them it's my birthday so I get a free cake. I'm not better than fake gluten intolerance. Erin's a real troll. I'm getting to realize this. And Boingo Sploingo, hey, hope everyone is staying safe and having fun. Yeah, same to you. Right back at ya, thanks. Flawless Sinner, I'm garlic intolerant. Is that a FODMAPs thing? In the UK it's called FODMAPs. I can't remember what that stands for, but it's like fruit, fructose. It's a bunch of sugars, isn't it? Oh, man. I'm way too ignorant of this stuff. Maya would know if she were here. I need a refresher on all this stuff. When I have garlic, I get massive headaches, stomach aches, really nauseous. Really sucks because I love garlic. Yeah, I have a friend who's got some version of IBS, which sounds similar. It's sort of garlic and onions and things like that which do that to him. Any chance you're allergic to silver too? Bob, if I ate too much carbs or sugar without taking enough insulin, I could die as well. Yeah, harsh. Well, thanks for sharing. I don't know, it feels mind-broadening just to have people say, hey, I have this experience that you don't. Even if it's a thing I've heard of before, it's, I don't know. It feels good and interesting to know that someone within, like, arm's reach, so to speak, is familiar with this stuff. So we can ask if we want. How many days in a row can you do this? Not a vampire, lol. You've yet to test it out, Aaron? Once a month. At most. It's not very sustainable to go daily, but I can try it out for science. Ah, thanks, Rated. Take me in Discord. Trekking in Nepal. Volcanic. Alright, that is going to be hard to beat. That sounds amazing. I'm a real mountain person. I don't much enjoy jogging. I don't know, it's very good for you. Well, it's actually not very good for your knees and ankles, but you know what I mean. I'll do it, but I would much rather jog. I'd much rather walk for 5 hours than jog for half an hour, if that makes sense. And I love mountains and swimming and stuff like that. It's my favorite kind of exercise. I think I get that from my dad. He's a real mountain man. Trekking in Nepal, that sounds amazing. It was amazing, yeah. And testing. Lovely people, too. I can imagine it would be super... Like, to do the serious stuff, you have to be in great shape, no? Because the amount of oxygen in the atmosphere up there is just... Doesn't it get a little bit thin, or did you not go quite that high for it to get to those dangerous levels? I've only been to Spain when I was little, then England... and USA a lot as a teen adult, nothing super exotic. USA is pretty exotic. Maybe not culturally for you, because Sweden, US, there's a lot of crossover. It's a long way away, and the geography is crazy cool in a lot of the US. Even for someone who lives next door to Norway, you know? Runes are crystalline particulates, I believe that's the correct term. Sounds about right. Yeah. Kiddings. Yeah, I've just learned about it. We're getting our guttering sorted. Nice. Fezman, I went to an archaeological field school in Romania, then trekked around Croatia. Traveling by yourself without a plan is the most freeing thing you can ever experience. Wow. Yeah, I've never done that. I've only glimpsed that. You know, I've traveled a lot by myself. You know, mostly going back and forth to Denmark and the UK or visiting Maya when she's staying with her family in Czech Republic, and then making my own way home. And sometimes I would just fly straight back. Sometimes I would go a different route. But it would never be an extended trip. It would just be, you know, the return journey. I'd mix it up a little bit. And even then, I feel like I got a glimpse of what you're talking about. Airports and train stations and all that shit by yourself when you don't necessarily have anywhere to be. I've had a lot of very profound moments just like on the deck of a ship or in an airport or train station, listening to a bit of music and just watching people whose lives will never intersect with mine ever again. And wondering, you know, who they are and what they're into and all that kind of stuff. So even without the travel itself, just the people around you, feel like that can be... I don't know, is that just me?
We're going to die! We're all going to die!
That's true, Imriel. Not necessarily right this minute.
Alone? I can't fight them by myself. I saw them. Really?
The
Thalmor
Thalmor.
still here?
We're all going to die. Technically accurate. The Sherpas are a different breed of people, I can imagine. Hey, Gilly, welcome back. Sparrow, I just counter it by adding spice. Superhuman. Sherpas are superhuman in reality, but small of stature. Yeah, I can't even imagine. But I'm well aware of this stereotype. I just have never actually seen it in action. Hey, Jory. How you doing? We're doing alright, I think. How about you? Pretty good Tuesday here. The game is back up earlier than we expected, so... that's always welcome. What am I doing here? I still have stuff to do inside? What? I'm terrible at questing and talking to you guys. Gilly-chan, Shushu, our other cat broke the hand off one of my favorite mugs. Today's not my day. We'll just break off the cat's hand in retaliation, right? That's what I would do. Kidding. Obviously. Right, there's another one upstairs. I just missed it.
I can't believe it. I'm going to lose it.
Oh, audio issues. Hang on.
I can't believe it. I'm going to lose it.
I should report that bug, really. Yeah, let me just send a screenshot to myself for reference. I'll report it later. I wonder if they can even fix that. Like, that is a base game thing. It's probably been reported 10,000 times. And they just don't have the master recording. Anyway, enough about that. Volcanic did up to 3,000 meters above sea level. That's still pretty crazy. Flawless Sinner, I'm fine with onions. It's only garlic. When I was younger, I ate a lot of garlic. Then I hit my late 20s, early 30s. My body went, whoa, you like this cool, so you can't eat it anymore. Enjoy getting old. I mean, some allergies can be like that. I'm probably just quoting the TV show House at this point, but some allergies can be triggered by a gradual build-up of the allergen, and then the symptoms become sort of violently expressed.
I can't believe this.
I've never seen anything like that, but apparently that's a thing. GOP, Romania mentioned. Yeah, never actually been. I'd love to go. Maya definitely wants to take me to Croatia. She and her family used to go to Croatia all the time when she was a kid. Back before the Brits knew about it. Or just Europeans in general realized what an amazing place it is.
The invaders crossed the bridge.
The Fists of Thalmor.
I thought they were... Well, they've got...
I guess there's one upstairs. I always find these buildings really strange. The way that you go outside to go up the staircase, like what is with that? It's kind of cool. Belorda, hello there. How's it going? Hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. In fact, hello everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're having an awesome Tuesday so far. This is Khan, of course. You're watching Ninja Pulls. No Maya today. She is out on the road with her cookery show. But the good news is she is bringing that show to us tomorrow. For like the last week, 10 days, we've been shooting quite a lot of quick cookery shorts. Which, yeah, we've put a Tamrielic twist on. And this is part of a sponsored stream that we're doing. And that's going to be tomorrow. But we've made sure it is as Elder Scrolls themed as possible. So we cooked all this stuff. Beautiful 4K footage. I mean, we won't be watching all in 4K, but what I use a 4K camera for like close-ups, so we can get really, really tight in on some of this lovely food. And yeah, I've been editing those for tomorrow's stream. I still have one or two left to finish, but that's going to be fun. So definitely stick around for that. That's coming up tomorrow. But for today, Day 5 of GAMESFEST. More ESO questing, and continuing our quick little countdown of the Elder Scrolls mainline games. We did Morrowind yesterday. That was fucking awesome. I love that game. So fun just to go back there. And Oblivion today. Oblivion Remastered, if I can get it working. When I tested it this morning, it wouldn't even boot. I've no idea what's going on with it, but...
Let's show the Droblog whose town this is.
Curse it all.
The Droblog will pay for this.
Pretty underwhelming speech there. Whatever, if it gets the job done. Fezman, the people are honestly both the best and worst parts of travel. Oh, I know what you mean by that, I think, yeah. Because you'd never meet otherwise. Worst. Best because you'd never meet them otherwise. Worst because you'll never meet them again. Oh, I see. That's actually not what I thought you meant. I thought you meant people being pushy assholes in the airport. But, yeah, to this day, I will never forget once, whenever we would take... Sometimes we'd fly to Denmark. But usually, my dad's a bit of an environmentalist. And usually we just go with a car loaded full of stuff, so that we could bring lots of, take a load of presents over, and then bring back loads of Danish stuff, usually sweets, and things like that, which you can't get over here. And so we take the ferry, and my thing from when I was about 12, all the way up to, when did I stop traveling with my parents? Probably when I was about 22. So for about a decade, and we would go multiple times a year, I would always, after we'd been having a few drinks in the bar on the ferry with my parents, hanging out, they would go to bed, I would always grab whatever, the MP3 player or whatever I had, and just go up on deck. A ship on deck at night time, unless the weather is terrible, there's just nowhere like it on this earth. And I would just hang out, listening to music, and I'd stay up there for ages sometimes, freezing my ass off. I will never forget, there was a girl up there when I must have been about 18. I had a girlfriend, but that was a special moment, because we made eye contact like a bunch of times. I didn't say anything to her, but I really wondered, like, who is that? Are they going on holiday? Are they going home? What's the deal? That's always a fascinating electric moment, isn't it? If you like, even if it's just eye contact.
Took a few of the more hot-tempered civilians and headed across the bridge.
But I've also had amazing conversations with people on like a long train journey and stuff like that, or a flight. And yeah, you're right, it's fucking heartbreaking. I had another one when I was about... This is probably a glimpse into my psychological profile, but I'm a guy, so it's probably not that surprising. Again, it involved a girl. I was going up to do basically, during the summer, there was a Durham Cathedral. Durham is a beautiful, beautiful city up in the northern England, northeast. And their cathedral choir goes on holiday for the summer, and I was asked to go up and be part of the substitute cathedral choir for about a week, something like that. And there were a bunch of my friends from university were there, so it was just a massive piss up. Basically, we had a house that we rented, and we just got absolutely trashed every night. It was brilliant. We were young and stupid. It was great. But this is a really long-ass train journey from Bristol to Durham. And I sat next to this girl called Alice. She had a boyfriend, I had a girlfriend. We both mentioned it very early on in the conversation. But we spent 5 hours having the most intense, amazing conversation. It's like a scene for a movie. It was a real meet cute. And I shit you not, there were people who stopped reading their books and their newspapers and put them down on the tables next to us and were like listening to our conversation because it was such a cool moment. You only get that when traveling. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about, Fezman? It's only happened to me a few times. But even when it's like the briefest of things, it's always really special. And you know what? I've never thought about this before, but part of what makes the online community thing so fun and cool and occasionally profound is that it does something similar. It's not the same thing, obviously. But there is something about that, right? When you connect and you like link hands for a moment across the internet. Even though that person's in, I don't know, Brazil and you're in Sweden. And that you could almost not be further apart. It's fun stuff, right? Giurbi, Romania, lovely country, great to visit. Most speak English at a pretty good level. We have nice castles, no vampires, and some lovely views. Very nice castles, you're not kidding there. The guy who helped us set up Ninja Pools, initially, well, he built the website, which we didn't use in the end, so I had to rebuild the whole thing, but initially, Ninja Pools was a what should I say, a 3-man effort. Me and this guy called Xander from Romania. I think he's moved to Texas now. Hanging out with Skinny Cheeks, probably. But yeah, he was Romanian. Lovely guy.
Good, you made it. Thank you for rallying these... She does. Until we need to... The rest...
Cyborg, sorry. Yeah, that's what most people associate Romania with. I guess Erin doesn't have that, but yeah, that's totally the thing. It's just steeped in that cultural connection. Cyborg, sorry I missed it. Did you play Morrowind with Steam or enhanced port open Morrowind? Yeah, it was open Morrowind. It was amazing. I played it before. I didn't even mod it very much. I modded it in just a minimal sort of way. Distant land, enhanced textures, a couple of other minor things, but I wanted to show the game as it was. Because we have some people, like I take it for granted, I played Morrowind a ton. Loads of ESO fans played a bunch of Morrowind and Oblivion. Not everyone. You know, Balorda here, for example, saying never played any Elder Scrolls game other than this one. And there are lots of people who were just too young for Morrowind to get them. So they would have to make an effort to go back and play it. So yeah, I wanted to show the game kind of as it was. But you're absolutely right. It's the way to go. Definitely Cyborg. You're not wrong. And it's very easy to install, guys. Super easy. Even you can just go to uesp.net, the same place you'd go for all your ESO stuff, and there are guides on how to get Open Morrowind working. Sound the horn of Gondor.
I'm off to Deepwoods. Wish me luck.
But Lord, I had so many idiots in my class. They would drink and force themselves to vomit to be able to drink even more. The motto was half drunk is wasted money. Where did that come from? Talk about me glorifying drunken student days, I guess. But yeah, Fezman, that is exactly what I mean. I met so many awesome people, had epic moments traveling around Europe that I will never see again. It's very bittersweet. Yeah, that's the shit that life is made of, though. Like a beloved pet. All it needs to make it a bittersweet thing is time. You know? Our elderly relatives, all of that stuff. Everything is bittersweet eventually, so, but yeah, these things, they can hit really hard.
The militia?
Thanks for bringing that up, that was
Are
cool.
they all right? I tried to lead them.
And Fezman, I visited the prison cell where Vlad Dracula was held for a year. For real! No spiky mountains or anything like in the movies, actually just gorgeous countryside.
They'll pay for this. Lieutenant Aaron. Then we'll fight.
Sorry, I'm skipping the dialogue here, but this is not a particularly character-laden part of the story. I like it when there's a particularly special voiceover or, you know, or interesting character. Then I feel like, let's hit pause and just enjoy the voiceover. Dragon, I gotta play Arena. That is the least appealing one for me because you've got Daggerfall Unity, Open Morrowind, Oblivion Remastered, and Skyrim is still, I know it's like 14 years old now, but it is still recent enough that it just works. You know, you don't need a remastered version. If you do want one, mods, right? Sky above, yeah, of course he is. There's nothing like that for Arena. I kind of hope we'll get one day, but it just doesn't have the same status as the other games that followed it. You know what I mean? Like, Arena is no one's favorite. Poor Arena. Whereas Daggerfall, Morrowind in particular have loads of, like, rabid fans who will tell you that's the best one. That's my favorite one. Goofy Sebi! Hey Ninja and chat, hello! Hey yourself, how's it going? It's Khan here today. Maya was here with me all stream yesterday, but she won't be today. It's just going to be me, Khan, flying solo. But I'm good at that, it's fine. Yeah, she's out on the road, doing cooking shows and various other exciting things, but it does mean she's very far away. And she's probably going to take her lunch break fairly soon. So if I suddenly have to take a call, I'll put her on speaker to say hi to you guys. And then I might just have to do a BRB for a few minutes.
I hope you've had as much luck as we have.
Yeah, the leader's dead.
No, we need a distraction.
Zed's
so
dead, baby.
Into position. The invaders are unloading.
My team will hit them from behind.
I bet you will, alright. Okay.
Gotcha.
Gotcha. Yeah, this is very mechanical so far. Like I was saying yesterday, a lot of the Dominion story beats are quite well... what's the best way of putting it? They managed to wrap them in enough fictional conceit that you don't really feel like you're just doing a fetch quest. It's not the fetch quest that's the problem. It's when you feel like that's what it is. That's the problem. That's why I couldn't get into WoW, because the writers made absolutely no attempt beyond the most vaguely pathetic to pretend that there was any story whatsoever. And so the illusion just didn't hold up for me. I think this might be the most... You know, there's the sense of, like, rooting out the orcs and taking the town back. It's pretty cool, but... I think South Point in Grotwood was stronger, wasn't it? You know, there was the mystery. Like, why has everyone gone crazy in this town? And that was just a roadblock that we had to get out of the way before we could get back and do the main point of the story. Going fine, thanks, Goofy. Hope you're doing good. Yeah, thank you. Having a good one. And Dragon, there aren't a lot of us that actually played Arena. That's true. That's also part of it. I had a lot of fun playing it, and Happy was here. It's one of our buddies from Ninja Pools who we hope will come back to So he was very unhappy with update 46. So, but at least he's hanging out in streams every now and again. Lovely dude. Very, very knowledgeable gamer with a capital G kind of guy. And I was really encouraged by the fact that he was watching the stream when we were in Arena and said, holy shit, this has aged really well. I can totally see myself playing this. Now that's always a good thing. That kind of remark from someone who's very much into modern games. The blast bones. Please, I just want someone to hug. Will never stop being funny to me unless it's in PvP, and you summon your blast bones, and instead of going after the target, it just turns and looks at you like, "You summoned me, my lord. What do you need?" Like the old lazy dog who won't bark at the postman, you know. Yeah, Runes, I'm looking forward to Skywind. From what I've seen, it looks exceptional. Yeah. I'm really looking forward to that one as well. Maybe even more than Sky Oblivion. I was very sad to see this. I've got to be very careful here because I have the utmost respect for the guys and gals who've been working on Sky Oblivion for, my god, it's well over a decade, isn't it, that they've been working on this. Pretty much ever since Skyrim came out, Sky Oblivion has been in the works, but recently a couple of people have quit the project. A couple of the modders who've been a really big part of it because they've said they've made this arbitrary decision that 2025 is the year it gets released, probably because of all the hype surrounding the Oblivion remaster, right? But apparently they are getting very pushy and are just encouraging people not to do their best work. Just get it done, get it finished. Who the hell are we to know? You know, it's a little bit of squabbling. Two sides saying different things, but that made me a little bit sad to see that there's a little bit of friction in that project. Now that it's nearing completion. I don't know if you guys saw that. But order. I have to patch the game now, played Guild Wars 2 while server was down, and was really that much into the game that I even missed when ESO servers went back up. Well, they went back very early. And that's good to have something else with which to occupy yourself when, you know, your home game is down or whatever.
I'll keep the militia fighting.
Part of me is always grateful when ESO is down. If it's game time. I've got time for this. I say, oh, servers are down, or there's maintenance, or whatever. What else shall I do? It feels like a gift sometimes. I did not mean to do that. How embarrassing. What were these guys trying to do? They trying to light a beacon? Bail Jafra.
Seps, Vultures. Keep away from me or I'll... Oh, my mistake? We're not with the invaders.
Who are you?
Bet you're surprised I'm a Red Guard. I've been the lighthouse keeper for more than 20 years.
What a voice.
These invaders killed innocents. There's no honor in that. They soil the name Regatta when they use it this way. I spit on their bones.
Is this the Atavar? That's the same voice actor, correct? What is the Regatta? Well, I know this, but I'm going to ask him anyway.
The warrior wave, child. The warrior wave. Our ancestors arrived from Yokuda, striking terror into the hearts of all who lived in the southern Iliac Bay. What do they teach children nowadays? Go away. Leave an old man in peace.
Alright, listen to the way he says Yokuda.
The warrior wave, child. The warrior wave. Our ancestors arrived from Yokuda, striking terror into the hearts of all who lived in the southern Iliac Bay. What do they teach?
So I'm pretty sure that not only is that the guy who voiced Atavar. No, not Atavar. Oh crap, I've forgotten the name of Atavar's dad. But also the warrior. in Helra Citadel. That's got to be him, right? The way he says Yokuda. The Shahai of a first-rank Ansei sank Yokuda. No? This warrior's Shahai is beyond first rank. I can't do like the guy's voice is just too good. I can't do a proper impression of it. But man, the warrior has got some of the best fight chat, doesn't he? Because it's so death by 1,000 cuts, you know, all that stuff. The wave crashes. What else does he say?
You've done it. By the gods, the lieutenant would be proud.
Seems like you did well out
Yes,
here.
we did.
Awesome.
Captain Kulleralda, leader of Velen Harbor's Fists of Thalmor, the honor guard for the Sylvanar and the Green Lady, was found hiding beneath the docks.
That's pretty
We found
funny.
a scratch on her.
I'd forgotten this.
Her hidey hole. I put some guards on her, in case she tries to disappear.
All the civilians tried to lynch her.
She has an interesting tale.
Alright, I'll talk to her. Are you alright?
Victory heals wounds as well as laughter does. And I've had a touch of both today.
Awesome. Alright. Guild Wars 2 story and some meta map events. Nice. And runes, yeah, it's a shame when a strong working team of enthusiasts have a wedge driven between them. Also made a lot of good gold. But order. Delighted. Delighted to hear it. Yeah, has anyone messed around with Skywind or Sky Oblivion yet? You know, the unfinished. Because that's the thing, there are builds that you can install all along the way if you want to just help out by testing it out or having a look at it. That's hilarious. The captain is just hiding. Lame.
This is outrageous. I am a captain of the Fists of Thalmor. By what authority does a mere sergeant keep me detained?
What happened?
We were inspecting ships when a sentry cried out, "Sail ho!" or something equally meaningless. It didn't make any sense. After all, we expected a ship.
Did you raise the
I told
alarm?
them and look like fools in front of the Green Lady? Of course I didn't sound the alarm. When the enemy attacked, I immediately saw we'd be overwhelmed.
Why hide?
Organized it. How dare you? I did what I had to do to save my command.
Alright, I've heard enough. She's a dope. Right? Would really like to do so. Yeah, I haven't tested them out. I think Skywind I installed the very first, freaking years ago now. I did install, I think it was the Bitter Coast that they had done. So, you know, like all this area here. And Hla Oad, you know, is that little fishing village somewhere around here? It's not in ESO, but it's there in Morrowind. I think when they first did this, I installed it and had a little walk around, but very, very basic. I was just curious, mainly. But yeah, what an amazing thing. What an amazing accomplishment. Even if there is a bit of drama and bickering towards the end, whatever. Like, the community with... Like, Bethesda have been somewhat supportive, but not especially. I think it's only when Sky Oblivion has started getting some press and sympathy and some backlash against Bethesda, wrongly, I should add, for why would they release Oblivion Remastered when they know this fan project is coming out? No, this has been in the pipe for years. They didn't just snap their fingers and make a remaster. That was a dumb thing to say, but yeah, there was a lot of like sympathy generated for the poor folks at Sky Oblivion who've put in all this work, only to be bulldozered by the official remaster coming out ahead of them. So that, yeah, they've been much more supportive in the last few months, haven't they? But what an amazing thing for a group of fans to do. Just to build this incredible professional grade working game. The more you think about it, the more insane it becomes. I'm so impressed.
With the townsfolk willing to testify against her, the Fists of Thalmor will have no choice but to cashier her. She'll be locked up until we receive word from Elden Root.
What will you do next?
My job? We were sent here to escort the Green Lady, but the town's defenses will need a bit of work first. I'm sure our paths will cross again someday.
Berlin Harbor isn't the only place in danger.
Hey, the Green Lady. Hey, Petrified War, how's it going? Hope you're having a good Tuesday. Runes, even just a walk around the regions would be good. Yeah, it was. It was a lot of fun.
The sergeant said Berlin Harbor would have fallen without you. Honored to meet you. I'm the Green Lady. The new one. I could use your help. The Droblog clan usually side with my people in times of war. I'm going to Drabul, the Wood Orcs' nearest settlement. If the Sylvanar
Can we go together?
To be blunt, you couldn't keep up. Berlin Harbor's been preparing for my wedding, so I have to take the time to meet with the locals. Don't worry, I'll still beat you to Drabul.
When the Sylvanar arrives, will he be safe?
He'll be as safe as his entourage can make him. Don't worry. I may embody the physical prowess of the
Who
women.
are you?
My name is Gwaring, and I've only recently become the Green Lady. The former Green Lady, my Aunt Fenoriel, died while traveling on behalf of the Dominion's queen. At her death, my destiny was revealed, and I began the necessary rituals.
This is the Green Lady we met on Kenathi's Roost, right? That died? Her aunt? Fenoriel? I'm not actually super clear on this, but that's gotta be her.
Too many, if you want to know the truth. Still, it's important for the Bosma to see the Sylvanar and Green Lady married. It keeps us stable.
Sorry for slowing down with the chat.
My heritage, and have renounced my worldly obligations in order to become the Green Lady.
I'm actually quite interested because it's been years since I did this, and I'm actually kind of interested in the Green Lady and the Sylvanar thing. Like, how exactly does that work? That's always interesting. And, you know, Zoss are usually smart enough to avoid setting the rules in stone, but they have to give us something, you know? They have to give us some sort of not pseudoscience, but, you know, there has to be some kind of canon revealed as to how this works and what it's for. Why is your role important to the Bosma?
The Bosma were once carefree, untroubled by things beyond Valenwood. With changing times, we also changed. The Sylvanar holds the spiritual essence of the Bosma, and the Green Lady holds the physical aspects. Each generation, we renew our vows. My name is Gwaring, and I've only recently become the Green Lady. Too many, if you want to know the truth.
Interesting. All right. Fair enough. And Runezar, the thing is, the Oblivion remaster is really just the original game with a new coat of paint. Absolutely right. Sky Oblivion is a rebuild of a lot of the areas and improvements on them. Absolutely right. And we are going to promote the shit out of this fan project once it's out. Maya has contacted them. If there's any way that we can help, they basically said, no, we're not interested. But I'm guessing they just have a lot of that, and they have no idea who we are, and fair enough. But we are, whether they know about it or not, we are going to promote the living crap out of Sky Oblivion as a worthwhile thing for Elder Scrolls fans to do once it arrives. And I think I'd like to do the same with Skywind. I need to get on it as well. I keep talking about this. A while ago, Skywind were looking for people who could do that dark elf. Quickly, Outlander. I haven't much time. You know that voice that we heard so much of yesterday? And I could do it. I don't know if I could do pages and pages, but probably. I used to sing... I've sung in various metal bands over the years. I used to be able to do that. So I should be able to handle a couple of short recording sessions. Who knows? But apparently, I don't know if they still need voiceovers, but they did a few months back, and Maya keeps nagging me to get on that. That would be very cool to help out, even if it's just a few lines. That'd be fun. Apparently, they just can't find many people who can do that voice. Petrified War, my day just started, but I got coffee. Absolutely. Yeah, and to your point, Runezar, for anyone who doesn't actually know this, what Runezar is saying is completely correct. The remaster doesn't look like a remaster. It's like, what? This is a remake, surely. Because the assets have been remade. But actually, remaster is the correct word, because all the underlying code is there in the new one. We talked about this before on this channel. That if you look at the actual code that's running in the original Oblivion and then the new one, they're practically identical. They've changed so little. These bugs bugs and mistakes and silly things that were left into the... They've all been left there. They fixed some things that were just problems, but anything that was funny, like that voice line where a character says the line, yada yada yada, oh, let me take that one again, and they say it again. That's been left in. It's been unchanged. Because that was a fun bug. It didn't, like, affect gameplay or anything like that. So all of that stuff was left in. All of the jank was left in because it's part of the authentic experience. So they couldn't make the cities bigger or add more dialogue or anything like that. It just isn't the kind of project they were doing. Whereas in Sky Oblivion, they can do whatever the hell they want. It's a complete reimagining. So, for example, one of the things they've done is to take, say, Skingrad, which has like a pitiful excuse for a vineyard. It's supposed to be like a grape-growing capital of Tamriel, but it's got a few grape plants and a press in the Surly brothers' backyard. That's it. That's all you needed to do for that kind of storytelling and world building in 2006. But if you go to Skingrad in ESO, you'll see the vineyards outside, lots of vineyards around the surrounding area, stables, all of the like basic infrastructure that you would think a city like that would need in order to sustain itself and to actually look like what it's supposed to be. They've done all that in Sky Oblivion. I haven't played it yet, but like the towns and cities all have farms and quarries and lumber mills and stuff like that around them to create more of a realistic setting for us to explore. So even if you played the original Oblivion a bunch of times, even if you replayed it in the remastered version, there's still going to be quite a lot of cool stuff to check out in Sky Oblivion. That's why I never bought this accusation that Bethesda were ruining the chances of this project to be successful, because they're very different things. And if you're an Elder Scrolls fan, frankly, you should be hitting up both of these joints. You know? And Fezman, I think you've inspired me to replay the entire base game. Oh, this is ESO we're talking. I haven't done it since just after launch, and now that I understand the lore much better than I did then, I think I might enjoy it even more. I'm certainly finding that, even though I'm skipping through a lot of the stuff, whenever like a particularly fun or interesting character, or a bit of lore that we can really ask probing questions about, whenever that comes up. Hang on, where am I actually headed? I'm going completely the wrong way. Then I am stopping and slowing down a little bit more. And yeah, I've been finding that exactly. I thought I knew my Elder Scrolls lore when I first got this game, because I'd played, you know, Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim, and picked up on quite a lot of the stuff, but no way. I didn't know shit, basically. Okay. That was weird. I keep being pleasantly surprised by the swimming mounts, you know? When you forget it, and you jump out and hope that you'll make the jump across the water, but then you miss, and it doesn't matter, because swimming mounts, baby. Yeah, low-key, a pretty cool change that they added. That, as far as I'm aware, I don't know that many of us were asking for it, but they did it anyway, and it's great. And Runza, yeah, bugs are still there, including everyone's favorite, that lady voice actor, whom during a line says, yeah, now let me do that line again. Yeah. Petrified War, the Oblivion remaster was a perfect remaster for those with nostalgia for the game. Exactly for the reasons I just specified. We even made a video about this, which nobody watched, because YouTube doesn't know what to do when I make a video that isn't Elder Scrolls. It just doesn't promote it to anyone. So no one, I can't even blame people for not clicking on it, because they don't see it.
Good to see you made it here in one. No. First.
It's weird. Very simplistic the way these things work. But yeah, it was essentially about how the placement of objects in the world... Fuck it, we're playing a bit of Oblivion later. Why don't I show you guys? This won't take long, I promise. So we're going to be playing this a little bit later. Dun, 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 dun. And apologies if you've seen this before, but it's pretty cool. Let's see it again. I will get rid of the audio because we don't want to listen to that guy. That annoying Khan guy. But this is all footage that I captured from Oblivion Remastered, by the way. Running locally on my machine. None of this is promo footage. Obviously, sped up. A little bit. How good does that look?
Seeing that world you remember.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Basically, I'm saying that it's a very strange feeling because on the one hand, it's eerily familiar, but completely fresh and new as well. And yes, obviously I installed some mods. And here's a good example. Like, all the objects are identically placed. That's not because they were painstakingly recreated. It's because the code is still the same. All they did was create assets with the same basic dimensions and appearance. So it took a while for me to get the FOV right and to position the camera just so. Actually, this was a lot of work to make these shots. But you can see even the contours of the hills, even that distant terrain is identical. Super good. I was really impressed with... It's like a win on both fronts, right? It's cheaper and easier for them to do. I just died in ESO as well, because I'm standing in a hostile area while we're doing this. This is good. Like, the Oblivion Gate already looks pretty awesome. Like I said, this is all captured, this is all running on my machine, which isn't even particularly badass. But yeah, that, for anyone who did play the original, that is what gives it this strange feeling of I know exactly where everything is. Because normally we don't get that. We don't get something in a remaster or a remake which looks so radically different, but is actually the same. Everything is right where you left it. Do you guys know what I mean? I hope so. I think a lot of people who played the game had exactly these thoughts in the first few weeks that it came out. It's like, holy crap. And if you're, you know, real fanboys and girls of Oblivion, it obviously helps. Runzo, what I don't like about the remaster is that all the colours are dull and washed out. Anvil looks depressing now. I don't think I've got any footage from Anvil in this one. Anvil looks depressing instead of the Mediterranean look that it had. I know what you mean. Yeah, like the color palette there, the stone is much more sand-colored rather than this sort of steel blue from the original. I wonder why they did that. Maybe it just looked weird. You know, with a proper lighting engine and modern graphics, maybe it just didn't work. But yeah, so this is all my footage that I got. But it took ages to make this video. And it has had 899 views in 4 months. I won't be doing that again. I could have made like 2 build videos in this time. That would have had, I don't know, 80k views in this time. But it was fun. I don't really regret it. It was a lot of fun to do. And interesting to see, like, right in front of you, pixel per pixel, just how identical they are. It's just the FOV is a complete nightmare, so I couldn't get the exact same shot in both places. It just wasn't possible. They just got white balance fixed, yeah. there is a haze to it as well, which makes the colours pop a little less. You know? If that's what you meant, Runezar, that there's more atmosphere to the setting, but less definition to each individual colour. So this is Leowin. But I know what you mean. Anvil was like it had a super Mediterranean vibe, with like the cream-coloured stone and all the orange fabrics and flags and rooftops. You can see a bit of a frame rate dip here. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's just the rain? But holy shit. Like, it is exactly the same. And I love that. Because they didn't need to change any of this. Super efficient way of doing it. Hammerfell, but you get what I mean. Yeah, of course. And Petrified War. Skyrim was barely just fun enough to get through. Oh, really? But I didn't like the combat because of having to equip spells to a hand and the weakness of magic in Skyrim. I love the combat of Oblivion best. It was just overpowered. I think they were trying to make something in Skyrim which wasn't overpowered, and then it became inherently less dramatic and exciting, right? And Fezman, yeah, OMG, I'm having to completely retrain my brain with the mount thing. After over a decade of memorizing the depth of every puddle, finally, it doesn't matter anymore. Yeah, Petrified War, yeah, it's still awesome. That hit home for me. I like that a few of the shortcut paths we used to take in towns had improvements too. What's ENB? Why am I being dumb? Sorry, Runezar. Cyborg. Yeah, just got white balance fixed. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Petrified War. The only better remake, in my opinion, was Halo Combat Evolved, where you could toggle to the OG graphics. Yeah, I guess that would be a lot of work here because it's in a different engine. I don't even know how that would work. You'd have to load in a completely separate set of assets. Which I guess... I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. Yeah, Gymkhana Unicorn. Server is indeed up. We're just looking at some YouTube nonsense for a minute here. But yeah, we're done with that. Back to ESO. Just a quick diversion into the comparison between the original Oblivion and the new one. I think that demonstrates it pretty well, that they've literally just given it a new skin. That sounds like I'm downplaying it. What a skin. But that's essentially what it is. Right, so we're done with that. I love that. Just walk up to them and say hey. And Runezar, if they did it with Morrowind and leave the lack of voice actors problem still in game, I would be more than happy with that. Yeah. Well, they might have to. It's either that, maybe there'd be two versions of the game. One where everything is voiced, but what they say, the dialogue is heavily truncated. Or, yeah, they leave it as, they just have an introductory line like, "Quickly, Outlander, I haven't much time," or whatever. You know, the Nord woman, "Don't stand about." And then when you actually talk to them, it's all text, like the original. I think that would be fine. People could get with that. But yeah, interesting choice. What would be the quote-unquote better way to do it.
I know why you're here. You're looking for the reason we went to Velen Harbor, right? I can't say anything. My uncle commands me to be silent. I'm sorry.
Wow, that's quite a voice. The voice doesn't really match the little girly pigtails that she's got. Do you know what I mean?
Roku spoke of what you did at Velen Harbor. She says if my champions were dumb enough to
Runes
challenge
but no
you,
voice acting
they deserve their fate.
in that. Never even crossed my mind when I first played it. Yeah, because it wasn't a thing we were used to. Yeah.
So tell me, why do you trespass in my stronghold?
Petrified War. It wouldn't work, but still was cool to see the game was so unchanged that you could flip back and forth like that. Yes. Well, that's what I was trying to do in that video. I guess. So in a way, you're saying that video was worth making for the people who did see it. I did get some very nice comments on it. And like I said, it was fun to do, but... Runes are basically an ENB is a program that replaces the shaders present in the game. Okay. Like Gold Road had that wonderful autumn color palette compared to Gold Coast. Yeah, that's a thing that they discovered is a new tech that they got for Apocrypha. When you go to the north and south of Apocrypha, you know, it's all pink up here and all green down here. And it's that haze and the light that changes. Obviously, it's not actually a haze. Games don't work like that, but that is the effect that it has. The shading. Yeah, good example. Like the video, definitely watch it later today. Oh, okay, well, I mean, you kind of just did.
I'm not. She's around here somewhere, sticking her nose into Droplock.
Why did you attack Velen Harbor?
Watch your tone, Will. Droplock don't answer.
Is the lady. Just going around the jungle barefoot. I love it.
As I expected, Chieftain Agrok is hiding something, but I don't know what. Good thing we've already planned for this. Are you ready for a little subterfuge?
Yeah, let's go.
I want you to find the shaman. I saw him heading to the beach a short while ago.
Alright, let's go, go. Runes I loved Apocrypha. I stood gawking at it for some considerable time when I first got my chap there. Agreed, it's Maya's favourite zone, for sure.
I should let you talk to the Droblog without bloodshed.
The disguise is good, but like walking around with your with that personality, not conspicuous at all. So we need to eavesdrop on the shaman here and figure out what's up with the orcs. What are they doing? Petrified War. Kinda, but I'm driving, so I only caught a couple of glances. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Want to watch the whole thing while you're stopped? Well, please do. You'll take it up to 900 views. I think it was $8.99.
I don't trust it.
Good timing with that dolmen. I am going to be honest, I don't even remember what the deal is here. But something is getting the orcs to fight in a way that they normally wouldn't.
Why do you disturb me?
Is it Barbas?
You have your orders, Droblog. Why do you disturb me? Has something gone wrong?
Go over the plan.
The Green Lady must be detained until my arrival. I've given the materials you need for her bindings. She is not... Then be gone. I have many things to prepare.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how this goes.
I know you're not a Droblog. You're friends with the Green Lady like me. But your trickery did not come fast enough. She's gone.
I'll tell you what, I'm quite glad that the graphics aren't more hi-fi when you're faced with a character like this. That could easily be distracting. Where's she gone?
She fell into the trap that Hound spoke of. Now my uncle, our clan's chief, waits for the Hound to take her away. Yes, he calls himself the Hound. I
Don't know who
not
he
who
is.
or what his true purpose is. I do know he craves the attention of the Green Lady.
Oh no, it's
He
all
lived
coming back to me.
alongside the Bosmer for generations. Some would say they look down upon us with disdain, and they would be right. Chieftain Agrok is wrong, but there are many who follow him. Many who would fight to see the Bosmer brought low.
It's a long way from Orsinium, isn't it? Interesting. Yeah, it's coming back to me now, this whole storyline. Right, we're going to spin on through this. Welcome on in if you just joined us. This is Khan, you're watching Ninja Pulls, and you're very, very welcome to the stream. Feel free to chat, ask questions, or just comment on literally anything you want. Definitely encourage all of that stuff around here. And right now, we are doing a crazy, crazy month of gaming during September. We're calling it GAMESFEST, because why not? One of the gimmicks that we're doing is a bunch of sub-goals, so every time we reach another multiple of 5 subs for the month, we will unlock a new silly thing that Maya and I have to do, either on the spot or throughout the rest of the month. Lots of those have already been reached. And yeah, I'm also replaying through every single zone story in the Elder Scrolls Online, which is quite an undertaking. I think I'm going to have time. It's only day 5. We've done a big chunk of it already. And finally, we're doing another game, a non-ESO game at the end of every single stream. Right now, we're working our way through the single-player Elder Scrolls games. So we've done Arena, we've done Daggerfall Unity, we did Morrowind, Open Morrowind yesterday. Very, very interesting to see the shift from between the first two. A lot of that was kind of under the bonnet, and the huge jump from Daggerfall to Morrowind. So many things changed. It's much less of a pen and paper experience on screen, and much more of like exploring a world visually, and not just relying on your imagination to fill in the gaps. Todd Howard was directing. Jeremy Soule got involved on there's an actual, scored soundtrack, not just a MIDI thing. So many things changed between games 2 and 3. But there's still a lot of that Daggerfall DNA in Morrowind. Like the chance to hit. All of that is gone in Oblivion. They keep streamlining, and some would say mainstreamlining the franchise as it goes on and on. Then we get to Skyrim, which obviously the most popular, probably the most beloved, but a lot of people would say also the least interesting, like the most mainstream and least imaginative in terms of its the type of world and stories that are being depicted. I love Skyrim. I think it's awesome.
I told Chieftain Agrok someone would come to stop this madness, and here you are, but you're too late.
But yeah, I know what these people mean. It doesn't have the weirdness of Oblivion, and certainly not of Morrowind. Oki Razorback, welcome on in. And Fezman, I loved how true they kept Skingrad in ESO to the Oblivion one. If you overlay the 2 maps of the city, they match up almost perfectly. Yeah, well, they take it very seriously. Brian Wheeler, when he was here for 10 Fest, when he was talking about how they built Cyrodiil, he's been the Cyrodiil guy from the beginning. It's been his baby. That's why it's such a big deal for him that they finally let him do the Cyrodiil Vengeance tests. He's been agitating for this for God knows how long, but years. It's not an exaggeration. And yeah, I asked him about that process of, how do you decide on the scale? Because Cyrodiil's freaking huge. The scale of it is completely different to the other zones in ESO. And they literally took the map from Oblivion, like a basic version of that landscape, and just the way they started was they just stretched it out to fill the size of the board that they wanted, and they built from there. So they very much tried to copy the ups and downs and all the little changes in the landscape from that game in a way that we're not even going to notice. So yeah, when it comes time to recreating a city, yeah, I'm not at all surprised that they were as careful and as faithful as they were. But I agree, It's nice to see, isn't it? You can even see the city growth over the 700-year gap. Yeah, and Petrified War, yes, we are indeed doing that. Want to check out that new Dawn of War game? Has it come out yet? The Dawn of War 4 has only just been announced. That's a long way off. But the Dawn of War Original Definitive Edition, I think it's called, which is essentially a remaster, yes, that is out. And if you own the original, it's something like 33% off. I bought it. I talked to Maya about, like, you know, I'm going to buy this. Any reason not? And she didn't have a reason. So we bought it almost as soon as it became available. I've already played it for quite a few hours. Oh, it's wonderful. A lot of the improvements are subtle. So I think it would be quite easy for someone to spend money on it and then sit there going, why did I pay for this? It's not that much better or slicker than the original. Why did I buy the same game twice? Because a lot of the improvements are so subtle you wouldn't notice. But if you went straight back to the old game after playing the new one, it would feel bad. So yeah, it's really, really cool. LeBro subscribing at tier 1. Thank you so much, LeBro. Amazing. 5 months. Wow. We really, really appreciate that. Sorry, 5 months. It comes out next year, Petrified War. Gotcha. Oh yeah, Balorda. Almost forgot. First TikTok was good yesterday. Awesome. Runzark, yeah, admit it, I was partially wrong watching your comparison vid on another screen. And a lot of places do look better, but I prefer the original forest color palette. Yeah, I mean, I don't know why certain decisions were made, but I can only assume that realism and... what's the word? Like photogenetics? Photogenics? Not genetics. What am I on about? Photogenics, those kind of things are the two concerns, right? That you want the screen, and like everywhere you look, you want it to look like a painting. That's a cool thing that a lot of art directors say for video games, that wherever the player looks, they want it to look like a still or, you know, like a beautiful painting. And that's why you get a lot of these weird decisions in terms of color. They don't make a ton of sense objectively, but they work visually when they are in put up against one another, you know what I mean? But Lord, so yeah, what happened? Okay, Razorback, I love your voice. Were you a DJ in a former life? Welcome to Late Night Love. Coming up next, we've got... No, I'm just a chatterbox. I use my voice a lot, and I guess maybe I use... No, I've never done any voice work. I've been a singer pretty much all my life, but that's about it. But thank you. Thanks very much. This is very nice to hear. And thanks for the hydrate safety walks. Maybe the YouTuber's playthrough I was watching was not great quality. Yeah, who knows? It's different though. You're right. It's not absolutely everything that's super faithful. But it's also, as we said, like changing just upgrading everything to a new lighting engine, it might change the look of it. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this, but like on a TV show where they are always on a set. Like a TV show from the 90s or the noughties where they always shoot on set and have that one day where they go on location. And one of the actors, it's usually the female characters, they look weird. They just look wrong and like washed out and pasty. It's because the makeup for inside and outside is quite different. I know nothing about this. I've never been a hair and makeup artist. Obviously, it's not my area, but I do know that it's a thing. If you do like studio makeup and take it on location, it's probably going to look weird or wrong, or certainly not the same. So I guess maybe there's an element of that with if you take the original color scheme and then light it with the way that you're going to light the game from now on, maybe it just doesn't pop right. Who the hell knows? But there's a wild theory. And LeBro, hello and good afternoon. Hey, Petri. Good afternoon yourself. Hope you're having a good week. And thanks again for the sub. Really, really appreciate it. That's what September is all about. Obviously, we are grubbing for subs a little bit, but we're trying to do something different. Streaming every day, playing every quest, playing new games every day to just shake things up a bit. Shake things up a bit. Yeah, shake things up a bit and give you guys a bit more of a show. Right? Not just doing the same old. Fezman, with the new Update 47 compass distance measurements, it's technically possible to tell the scale of the entire continent now. That is a really good point. I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, TikTok Tormentor, not TikTok. Yeah, just call it TikTok for short. You installed an add-on to disable it already? I've heard a few people, but for what it's worth, I heard a few people say when it was on PTS, oh no, that sucks, I don't want that. And quite a few people complaining about it now that it's gone live. Not everyone, obviously, but I did provide that feedback to Zos. I said, could we make this, if it's easy enough to make this toggleable, please consider doing it. A lot of people don't like it. Or they don't want it. And Goofy said, yeah, definitely have a nice voice and a beautiful British accent, if I'm right. Yeah, it's a British accent. It's sort of an international accent because I'm Danish. But I definitely don't have a Danish accent. I live here in the UK, and I have done most of my life now, but, yeah, not many people who live around here where I live sound like this. Sound a bit more like that. You know what I mean? That's an exaggeration. You know, people move around a lot, and a lot of the time they'll bring their parents' accent with them, even though they've moved to a completely different part of the country. Anyway. Right, Roku said you could save the Green Lady. What's going on?
The poor child is bound with borrowed magic, as my brother commanded. The hound comes for her.
Can you stop it?
Don't take that tone. It's not as simple as you think. I'm old. Soon I'll die.
Oh, the way he delivers that. I'm old.
That's the chief's, my brother's role.
Poor guy. Poor Shaman Gluzulg. This is not the future your daughter wants for the tribe either.
Roku. She's young, but sees our struggles with clear eyes. My brother should listen to her. I can't help you. But
all right.
This to siphon away the energy trapping the Green Lady. Only then.
Okay. Not the ins and outs of this quest, but essentially, the main point here of the story is to teach us a little bit more about the Bosmer. I feel like the Bosmer have been the most focused on of the Aldmeri Dominion storyline. I know we get a lot of the Khajiit in Reaper's March, which is the next one. Sorrow.com, TikTok Tormentor is just another term for a doom scroller. That's a very good point. Hey, we got Maya calling. Just a moment. I'm going to answer this and put her on speaker. Didn't pick up for some reason. I'm getting attacked? Come on. Hey. No, I'm going to put you on speaker so you can chat to stream. That's weird, yeah, but I'm going to do it anyway. Alright, so everyone say hello to Maya.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday?
Happy Tuesday, yeah. I don't know how clearly that's coming through, but yeah, that's Maya calling us from out on the road. Oki Razorback, GOP, Petrified War, they're all saying, hey Maya! Barbaric
hello.
AI.
Hello.
Pyto Kiddings, Runezar, Guns and Raiders, howdy, hi, hello! Oi, oi! Oi, you lucky people!
Who's excited about some cookery tomorrow?
Yeah, so cookery stream tomorrow, guys. Maya's going to be here for that, obviously. I need to, like, get my character somewhere where I can hide. So that I can go... Well, I just entered a hostile area when you call. And, yeah, I need to be able to go AFK for a minute so we can talk. But, Sorrow.com saying, happy, checks calendar, Tuesday? Exactly. Sword and Snell says, good afternoon. Fezman, just waiting for the first ESO surveyor to figure out how big the map is, yeah. Hi, Maya, you beautiful, awesome human being. Goofy Sebi says. Ah,
Aww.
what a welcome, guys. Thank you so much. Right, well, I'm going to take a quick, like 2-3 minute AFK to chat to Maya, the lovely wife. But yeah, since you mentioned it, Maya, what kind of stuff are we cooking on stream tomorrow? I mean, it's all pre-recorded. The stream will be live. We'll be here live, but we'll be watching some pre-recorded footage and talking over it with you guys. But yeah, what's the plan? Give the people a taste.
Well, we've got steak, we've got dumplings, we've got lusty Argonian maize. It's going to be good.
Lusty Argonian maid. These are the Lusty Argonian maid's spicy dumplings. That's the recipe, right?
Yes,
And
it is.
these are all very, very simple recipes that anyone can make at home. It's a HelloFresh joint, but we are twisting them and chopping and screwing them so that they are tamrielic somewhat in nature. And it's been a fun little project. Anyway, so give me a couple of minutes, guys. Go and grab yourself a drink of water or a coffee or whatever you need. I'm going to do a quick BRB, but yeah, we'll be back and continue on in just a couple of minutes. See you shortly. And I'm back. Awesome. A little bit of business taken care of there. Chatted to the wife, fed the dog, fed the cat. Now it's time to feed the chat, am I right? Alright, where were we? Oh, thank you so much, guys, for the lovely greeting to Maya. That's so awesome. That really made her giggle and smile. She's having a really good day, apparently, so that's always great to hear. Sometimes, when she's out on the road, it's just a faff because people aren't doing what they're supposed to do, or... You know, it's a bit like streaming. There can be technical difficulties and stuff like that. But Lord of the problem with cloud gaming, and this is in response, we should get add-ons to cloud gaming like GeForce Now. And Runezard, sorry I missed that. Slack Rowie, and you for sure don't sound Danish, says the Danish slacker. I missed some of these because Maya was calling me. Khan's accent is called English when pronounced correctly. Almost, yeah, I do have a little bit of the Queen's English going on. Or received pronunciation. The thing is, received pronunciation is not real. It's not a real accent. I mean, I don't have that accent. I drop my T's and stuff like that. But I guess because I was raised in a home where neither of my parents had a particularly English regional accent. My dad sounds English, I guess. My mum sounds a little bit Danish. Like, people can tell that she's not from here. But it's a little bit like Maya. You know, it's a very, very... It's more subtle. Sorry. Maya's accent is even more subtle, but... It's that kind of thing, you know, that people can tell they might not be native, but... Who knows where they're from, kind of thing. And yeah, but Lord of the thing with cloud gaming is that you always connect to a different device to NVIDIA than... Yeah, so they'll have to do the installs across the entire thing. I don't know how they could make that work. It's an interesting idea.
I'll shield you from attack.
I'm sure someone has thought about it. You had me at stake. Stealing a streamer from us. Oh, she's allowed. She has license. Had me at dumplings. Steak dumplings? How far from Hull are you? I mean, Maya is Czech, so dumplings are very much part of the culinary landscape, shall we say. But yeah, what was the question about dumplings there? Goofy said, I know, but if they do it in-game like in consoles, it shouldn't matter. Yeah, it's the fact that you're streaming everything from a different machine.
Stay back.
Though I am in Sylvanar's city, I have power. Chieftain, cut them down.
Full English fry-up coming up.
You chose to stand against your people. No, brother, stay your hand.
Why?
My daughter! This is not loyalty! You're this hound's pet!
Chieftain Agrok, you have much to answer for.
Whoa! Nice moves, Green Lady. That was pretty badass, wasn't it?
I know who he truly is. It does not bode well.
It's like Darth Maul or some shit. Yeah, but Lord is saying you can only browse for add-ons in-game on console, but you still need to install them. My guess is that you would have had to install each time when you connect to a new cloud gaming device. That might be the reason why it's not possible with cloud gaming. It's got to be something like that. I'm sure it's possible, but it's probably just outrageously inefficient, so they just don't do it. It's not worth doing. But I'm sure if there was a lot of money to be gained from making this possible, they would figure it out. But there isn't. It's just a gamer convenience thing. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. It's easy to feel like you're missing out on some key stuff with add-ons. Auto crafting is the main one for me. The ability to tweak the UI is very nice, but it wouldn't break the game if I couldn't do it anymore. Especially, they've improved the UI a lot over the years. Used to be a bigger deal than it is now, I think.
The Hound. He has gone
Goofy
too
Sebi,
far.
what are dumplings again? I always forget. Sorry about me being a stupid German. No. What would they be called in German? Dumpling question. How far from Hull are you? Yeah, that was funny, wasn't it? So like potato dumplings, bread-based dumplings. It's a very general term, actually. You know, gyoza in Japanese or jiaozi in Chinese, in Mandarin. You know, those little moon-shaped little parcels with meat or filling inside. Yeah, pierogi, yeah. And pelmenie in Czech, for example, are another type of dumpling. But there's also knedlíky. Knedlíky, they're also called. That's the plural in Czech. That's another type of dumpling, which doesn't usually have any filling, but it's made with bread or potato, and it's like a ball of sort of fluffy... A ball of fluffy food that sits on your plate. It's actually pretty difficult to describe, isn't it? Und Belora, ich schreib's dir mal auf Deutsch. Gefüllte Teigtaschen. Gefüllte Teigtaschen. What's Teig? So filled bags, basically. Knödel, that's it. That's the word I was looking for. Leberknödel, that's it. Now the most German thing. Maultaschen. I don't even know what that is. I know what Taschen means. Yeah, so we have that too. Yeah, don't worry, dumplings is a weird word because it doesn't... It's a bit like the Taschen part of that. Ravioli is another example. Yeah, we don't tend to call those dumplings, but you're right, they basically are. Anyway, that is a random tangent to go down again. Cyborg, there we go. Pelmenie as well, yeah. Am I reading that right? Teig is dough. Date in Danish. Of course it is. See, I don't use my German enough to know these words. Like,
Too far. If what he said was yes, it'll take too long. I have to face the Hound.
you don't generally need to know words like dough until you are, I don't know, either taking a very long holiday or like actually moving to a country. Oh, there he comes.
I should have stopped him.
Yeah, you should have stopped him.
All this is my fault. My flesh.
It's sad that the orc lady dies, man. That sucks. I did not see that coming. It was a bit unceremonious, like bonk. I think they could, these quests would hit a little harder if they do that thing that TV shows or movies do, where they really push a character to the fore, give them a lot of lines, give them a lot of interactions and reactions to things, so you get a sense of who they are, and that means that when they die, you literally miss their presence. Because if they've got quips or utility for the plot or whatever, you guys know what I mean? I don't know to what degree you enjoy picking apart movie and TV production and stuff like that. I'm no expert, but I enjoy doing it. Maya studied film, theatre, and television at university, so it happens a lot. If we're really enjoying something, or if we feel like a moment in a movie, or a character gets killed off in a TV show and it's done particularly well, we'll often talk about why we think it worked or didn't. I know not everyone does that, but it's fun. So now we need to head down south. Just wait to get out of combat. And Goofy said, yeah, add-ons for WoW are also possible. So there is a way. I don't think you can get add-ons in the cloud, though, can you? There's interesting. Pot stickers is another one. Yeah. Maltaschen is a very southern German thing. When I was in Scotland, we ate twice in the same pub. After second, I asked the chef for the recipe and got it. Wicked. Like spring rolls also. Frühlingsrolle. You can get them for WoW. You can, okay. I don't know how that works then. It must be a very, very simple add-on, not like... It can't possibly be the type of add-on that I'm thinking of, you know, Lazy Rickcrafter, for example. Dogbon's Lazy Rickcrafter. Interesting question, but I think it's like Belorda said, in order for that to work, every single machine running the game in NVIDIA Cloud would have to have every single add-on installed, which would bloat the size of the operation and the costs enormously. Plus, they'd have to be constantly updated. Every time there's a new lib or the add-on gets an update, it would be a nightmare. And what if a new patch releases and the add-on is broken, but NVIDIA, the cloud hasn't updated yet? It does that every Saturday night or something. So can you then just not play the game, or do you have to turn that add-on off for 5 days? Because there's a new patch, but there's, you know, the new add-on, people can use it on PC because they will manually update it, but then if you're playing through the cloud, you can't do that. I think it's just a can of worms.
I'm the Sylvanar, the spiritual advisor.
Interesting.
Why, it's you. Wonderful. Wood orcs from Juthsaga have captured...
BG3 has add-ons, but again, they're not in the cloud. BG3... So are you playing all of these things through GeForce Now? And you can install add-ons for these games? Because as... Okay, well I thought add-ons were not a thing in any cloud gaming. That's the way it always was, as far as I knew. That's interesting. Well, that means it must be possible for ESO. Who the hell knows?
Why, it's you. Wonderful. Wood orcs. Yes, thank you.
Right, here we go, here we go.
The Drublog as the Sylvanar.
Yeah, exactly. ESO could be played via... oh, what was that called? The service that everyone knew was going to fail, and then it did. That's the reason we have the stupid patch system that we do. It's because of Google Play, or whatever it was called. Stadia, that's it. Yeah, the whole reason we have this ridiculous fucked up patch cycle where the game hits the last patch and then doesn't go live for 3 more weeks is because of Stadia. They had to change their whole rollout to accommodate this service, which then went under anyway. And I'm sorry, I feel like all gaming journalists were saying this from the beginning. This is not going to work. Just loots the Baron instead of talking to her.
Please, help us. The Sylvanar's been captured. They want his life energy. If they take it, the Barsma are doomed.
You wanted me to rescue you first.
You've seen Sylvanar. Praise Ifrey. The Droblog shaman chanted words from a ritual book, and energy flowed from the Sylvanar into these giant crystals. The shaman kept chanting.
Oh wow, mine's not finishing till 5. Damn, that's a late one.
Please.
Well, that means I could stream up until 4. We'll see how we do. Forgot the name, that's why I wrote Google. Yeah, same. Same. And Goofy said, we play ESO mostly on my PC right now, but yeah, I wish I could play it everywhere with add-ons, you know. I do know. I can imagine. Easily. And Stadia was great. I loved it. Yeah. Oh yeah. These are cool ideas and cool products, but the time GeForce Now might be the first one to actually succeed. That'd be cool because people have been talking about cloud gaming for it's about 20 years. And I can think of at least 3 companies that have tried to launch it and have failed. They were too early because people want to be the first. Everyone wants to be the first ones to succeed, right? Like, look at how dominant Apple have been in the smartphone market. Sure, they make their hardware is basically better than anyone else's. Their software tends to be very good as well. All the best ideas that other companies have are because they are ripped off of a lot of Apple's tech and design. But it's also because they got there first. You know, they were the first big purveyor of this type of product. So they got like just a massive soft lead in that department, which took years to wear down. I know they're nowhere near as dominant now as they used to be in that space, but for a while it was like, why even look anywhere else? So there are loads of people who want to be the first company to make it a big success in this area, but the first few that I was aware of, they all completely failed. Ultimately, they couldn't make it work. So it's been happening for ages, ever since music streaming, since Spotify appeared. You know, they've been trying to make this work for video games. It's interesting. Every Google service gets dumped after a short period of time. Yeah, cloud gaming is not dead yet. I don't think it's gonna die. I think it's had some false starts, but so did smartphones. Like, think of the BlackBerry, and like these what were they called? These stylus phones that people used to have, where it was touchscreen, but you had to use a little pen. Like, remember those? Jeez. I was just a kid when those appeared. Like, no one had them. But I think my dad's work gave him one at some point. I was like, why? This.
Hello there.
The use case for it just didn't exist yet. Likes to play catch. Hello there. Hello there. Yeah, it was pretty good while it lasted. Tiago, okay, not all games on the cloud work the way we want them to. For example, I wanted to play a game with a joystick and throttle, but I couldn't. I don't remember what game it was. Maybe Elite Dangerous was a space sim. I see. So yeah, it's always going to be, I think it's always going to be inherently inferior to playing it locally. But it's also much cheaper, much more convenient. So that's fine to have that trade-off. But yeah, when you really want to use a certain control scheme and you just can't, yeah, that kind of sucks. I didn't really think of that, Tiago. Welcome on in, by the way. Goofy said, yeah, true. And at the beginning, it was just slow iPod with a phone function, basically. And a Windows phone back in the day. Maya had a Windows phone for a little while. Again, her work phone. When Nokia and Windows did their thing together, very, very early days. Wow. Like, the specs on the phone were great, but it just didn't work as well. It's like a game that releases, I don't know, alongside a Valve game. Apple and Valve, I think we could make some comparisons here. There's a real, like, quality of execution that we expect from these companies, and it is extremely difficult, especially if you're a scrappy competitor, to replicate that experience. No, yeah, you can make a game with better graphics than whatever game Valve just released that same year. That's easy. But making it better, like more fun, almost impossible. If Valve has set their minds to doing something, it's why Left 4 Dead is a million times better than all of those other zombie shooters. They all have fun things that they bring to the table. Killing Floor has obscene violence. Dead Island has more story and character and stuff like that. Left 4 Dead is just... it's a finely tooled experience. Like, it's amazing. Because they test the living crap out of everything they do. Sony Clio PDA. PDA, that was it. Palm OS. Yeah, man. Personal Data Assistant. It's the type of thing that you get in a sci-fi game. Gilly-chan. OMG, what's going on with my internet? Can't just keep repeating the same word over and over. So I had to refresh Twitch. My Skyrim mods won't download from Nexus. Oh, Gilly, don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Sorry. I'll stop messing with you. How did I do? Alright.
My ears still ring from the clout they gave me. Blasted Droblog took my weapons and Sariel staff.
Poor Wood Elves, man.
Thank Ifri he's alive then. I couldn't say.
That sucks. Stop it, Khan. I'm gonna restart Firefox. We'll be right back. Hey, if anyone has something mean to say about Gilly, do it now. She can't hear us. Obviously, don't do it. What mean thing could we possibly say? Ah, those Swiss people with all their chocolate and clean cities and clocks. Hard to be mean about the Swiss, actually, isn't it? Not that I've ever really tried. I suppose if you're German, you can make fun of the way they speak. Schweizerdeutsch, or whatever it's called. It's still too much fun. Just that little combo. By the way, guys, if anyone wants a build chat, I'm very happy to stop what I'm doing right here. And even if it's not something you want to use, I'm always happy to just relog to a different character. Let's make a build for X activity. I'd rather it's not PvP. I just don't have all of that knowledge at my fingertips in the way that I do or should do for PvE. But if anyone has any questions about, like, oh, update 47 build, or I want to do this with my character, like someone was asking about their warden, and they asked me to come up. In fact, let's do this right now. Someone on Discord, I think it was Kathy Broke It, was asking me about AD overland sets for an archer type. Let's have a look. So I'm answering my own question here. Welcome back, Gilly. Schweizerdeutsch. Even for Germans, a hard word to pronounce. Is that right? And I used to play in a German group. I've had several German groups, actually, in ESO. And one of the tanks, a lovely guy, was Swiss. And wow. His accent was something. I struggled to understand. I could understand the raid lead. Every now and again, I would have to get him to repeat in English. But I can understand his German pretty well. I just had to concentrate because they go very fast. You know, and when they were laughing and joking around in German, I really had to listen carefully. But when the Swiss guy was talking, even though it was German, I really struggled. But yeah, kind of fun to listen to. So what do we got? This was a question for... Let me just find it. It was for an Archer Warden build, I want to say. The Dominion Overland or crafted sets for a Stamina Bow build. Do any stand out? So no. 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 Nothing from Auridon. What about Grotwood? The Green Pact? Nope. Ranger's Gate? Not really. Robe of Ciribane? No. Green Shade? There should be something for archers, shouldn't there? This is kind of crazy. Beekeepers? Green Shade? I could have sworn Beekeeper was from Reaper's March. Got that wrong. Arm Cops of the Wilder Queen, I guess. Yeah. So Wilder Queen's Arch, we could suggest that one. It's literally for bow. I'd totally forgotten about this one. So this is from Green Shade. saying, this is quite fun. Only boosts your speed, though. Not your damage. Gilly-chan, yeah, I can see that. And a lot of Swiss people will talk slowly. Yeah, that's actually, this guy did speak... This did speak quite slowly. But even then, I couldn't follow it.
The ritual of unbinding.
Dayhawk, I hate it when I mean to buy seedless grapes, but accidentally get Oreos. Both are sweet, not that bad, yeah. Gilly-chan, when I talk my dialect, Germans don't understand me, unless they're from southwest Germany. Really? Man, I'd love to hear... I'd want to hear your voice and your dialect right now. I love stuff like that. When I met up with our good buddy Eggbirds, we've only met once in real life. This is in Amsterdam last year for the big ESO event there. He doesn't live in Amsterdam, but he's in the Netherlands. So he travelled down and I flew over and we hung out for a bit. And he actually he went with me to the airport. And we had a drink in the airport lounge when I was going to go back, flying back home to the UK. And I don't know, we had like a couple of hours to kill. And we ended up talking about dialects from our countries and accents and stuff. And trying to do the impressions of, oh, this is someone from Rotterdam. This is someone from Utrecht or whatever. And I don't know. It's very nerdy, but maybe just because I've always been surrounded by language and like language differences and stuff. I find that stuff really interesting. Anyway. And I guess because I'm into voice acting and the ability to imitate regional accents, I find that really fun, even though I'm not that great at it. What do we do? Let's go. Where can we find the runestone?
There are 2 Daedric shrines within Drothsugor. We found the book at this one, so I bet the runestone is at the other. It's a ritual.
It definitely doesn't help that I'm spinning through the dialogue, but this is much more fetch questy than, say, the Auradon and Gratwood stories. Hey. That was a lot of them. Houndsman. That's a cool title. Do we get anything good? Aerobic Amber, I guess. It's worth something.
When we find the Sylvanar, will you be able to get us all out of
Insert a joke about people from Berne. Which canton do you live in? Zurich. I think Maya is of the opinion that Zurich is awesome and Geneva is boring as hell. I think she's only been like a couple of times, but I remember her dad, he hadn't seen her in a while, and he was like, oh, I'm going to be in Geneva for this thing, and blah, 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 blah. Shall we do something? So she like went over randomly to Geneva for a couple of days, but he had some, while he was doing his work thing, or whatever, I remember her calling me and just saying, this place is so dull. But I don't know if that's an accurate experience. Afternoon, Khan and chat. Sorry you were deep in conversation, so I thought I would wait. I'm always deep in something. Do not wait. Likes to play catch. You'll be here all week. But welcome on in. And Belorda, a friend of mine lived in Zurich for a while. Moved a while ago. He mostly speaks Hochdeutsch. Hochdeutsch.
I know we don't
Up German. What? I'm way too comfortable with my own stupidity and ignorance. Just go, what does that mean?
We've got to hide. That lodge there. Let's get inside.
Gilly-chan, do you know the Ngueta video on YouTube? Don't think so. But it's, Ngueta. Oh, mine. I don't even know how to pronounce that. But it's good appetit. Hochdeutsch Standard German. High German? Yeah. That's what it means literally, isn't it? High German. Now that I think about it. Yeah, High German. Feels a bit weird just killing so many orcs.
My wound is opening.
Alright, we need to talk to these guys now.
According to Sariel, that book says the price of saving the silver.
One of you must die? Why?
It's a hard choice, but a simple one. It's my duty to die protecting the Sylvanar. I failed once, so badly I can't fight anymore. The Sylvanar needs advice.
Alright. I might need help getting the Sylvanar out of here, though. Come on.
So helpful till now. No, I've seen you fight. If anyone can get the Sylvanar out of here, it's you. And Sariel. She's young, but wise.
Maybe we're the one who needs to die.
Try it, and the last thing you see will be me wresting it from your hands.
Yeah, Hochdeutsch means without any dialect. It's a little bit like I was saying with received pronunciation. We don't really talk so much about dialects in the UK. There are just accents, but they do have a lot of different vocabulary as well. I just don't think there's enough of a difference to make it a dialect. But the further north you go, like once you get into northern parts of Scotland, they sound almost Swedish. Like church becomes kirk and stuff like that, because kirk in Danish and, you know, Scandinavian words like that. There are loads of things like that. That the words start to change. You can still talk to one another, but I don't know how true this is, but the theory is that if you had a fisherman from, say, northern Scotland or the Orkney Islands or something like that, which is just north of there, and from Norway, and they meet in the middle of the ocean, they could talk to one another in Norwegian and in their local Scottish dialect and pretty much understand one another. Because it's like the missing link between English and Scandinavian. Which is a pretty cool, even if it's not quite true. It's a fun little story. But it does start to sound very, very Nordic. It's not a coincidence. But yeah, when I was up there a few years back with my dad, we picked up on a lot of that stuff. You know, words that we would normally associate with Danish being used by Scots in places like Banffshire, which is up on the north of Aberdeen. And Yili-chan, Kirche in German, and Hille. Hille? I wonder, could you try to pronounce that phonetically? Hey, not pure. Hey, how's it going? We just got raided on YouTube. We finally got it to work, huh? Wow. Thank you so much. Welcome on in. How you doing? And Pieterg, Fries dialect, Northern Dutch, is literally a Danish dialect. Is that like Friesland and that stuff? Yeah, not pure raid. Ah, thank you so much for your support. That's so kind. Your Hille was very close. Okay, I'm just completely guessing based on what those letters should mean to be phonetically. For those who just joined, welcome on in. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I am neck deep in German dialect pronunciations right now. Nothing I know anything about, and all people can do, the Germans and the Swiss and the Dutch that we've got, these wonderful people in chat, all they can do is type it to me. That doesn't help me pronounce it. So I'm making a fool of myself, basically, and destroying my credibility as a linguist. But that's fine. Oh, Nop, you're also raiding on Twitch. Here come the kitties. Oh, look at that. Man, thank you for the double raid. How very kind. That's amazing. I hope you've had a lovely day. What have you been up to? We're We're still doing quests on the Dominion side. We're just rattling through all of these stories. We've done them all before. There are some story quests I haven't done in the game yet, some of the zones. We'll get to those later in the month. But yeah, we are Ninja Pools. I say we. Maya's not here today. She'll be back with us tomorrow. We're doing a cooking stream then. Don't miss that. But we're a teaching guild, essentially. We play ESO on the PC EU and PC NA. We have a big Discord community, a very big Discord community. It's got to be one of the biggest in the ESO space. And yeah, just full of lovely people helping each other get better at the game. We used to just run the guild, but then we added a website, a YouTube, a Twitch. You get the idea. But while we do quite a lot of the teaching stuff here as well, it's a bit more general knockabout nonsense here on Twitch. But if you do have any questions, wir gingen in den Zoo. Subtlety. Welcome. Welcome on in. How's it going, buddy? Nopio, hello. That seems to work, mate. Just doing lots of trial stuff and running around doing dailies. I'm making you sound a bit Cockney or a bit like Southeast England. It's the mate with an 8. Immediately, for some reason, to me that reads as, mate? Alright, mate. So, apologies if I'm like subconsciously giving you an accent there. That's a fun thing to think about. I had what a sexy voice to come home to. I think I'll celebrate with a tier 3 subscription. Oh, Ahelt. Tusen Tack. Thank you so much, man. You're a legend. Gilchan getting a call, so I'll have to be quiet, but I'll leave the stream open. Alright, fair enough. And Subtle D saying, mein Sohn ist 2 Jahre alt geworden. If any of that is wrong, I'm just reading it. You know, I'm not saying this. I should be careful, shouldn't I? Otherwise it'll be like that bit in My Big Fat Greek Wedding where he asks the guy, oh, how do I say welcome to our home in Greek? And they tell him something and then shouts, I have 3 testicles to the entire party in Greek. I'm Aussie, so it makes sense. Oh, no way! That's the other way to read the mate with an 8, isn't it? Alright. I'm not going to do the accent. Not when there's an actual Australian here. But I lived with an Aussie guy called Nick from Adelaide for about a year. And Maya and I did get a lot better at imitating a Southern Australian accent. I'll tell you that much. The guy was very, very chatty. Lovely guy. My son turned 2 years old. We went to the zoo. No, I got all that. Very good German, Subtlety, by the way. Excellent. And Ahel, thank you so much for the support. Amazing. Work to hunt. Cheers. Cheers, mate. You can rate you on YouTubes as well, so that's great. I'm Aussie, so yeah. What were you up to? Were you ESOing as well? New South Wales, a bit more harsh on the accent. I don't know, man. I live in England where the Aussie accent is just absolutely beloved. It might be the Brits' favourite accent of all. I think it must be. I'm pretty sure Aussie guys have an easier time cruising for chicks in the UK. Also, if you're doing business, like, people just love it. And I'm not sure why. It seems sort of laid back, but also business-like. It's a very good accent to have in this part of the world. Anyway, I'll consider your words, Ambassador. Let's talk to Sariel. She doesn't want to...
understand what needs to be done. Read the book. One of us must die to save the city. Daedric rituals often come at such a cost. Obviously, I should be sacrificed. I'm the weakest of us. When the Droblog attacked, Rayan fought. If you think I'm a good advisor, listen. Freeing the Sylvanar won't be enough. His power's drained. The Droblog guarding him...
I really don't know what to do. Holy shit, who do we kill? Who do we kill? This sucks. It's such a video game thing, isn't it? Yeah, I was doing trials. Started with a VRG, then we did the VKA hard mode attempts. And then it went down, so we did a VLC after that. So when you say it went down, you got it? Always nice to clear the hard mode. Alright, Saturday, I'm not saying that. You're trying to get me into trouble. I don't know, I feel like this guy made the stronger case.
I didn't think it would be like this. The pain.
That's horrible, man.
By the pack, that was horrible. I could feel feel his spirit energy draining away. I can't believe you chose to sacrifice
It had to be done.
earlier, when we were
Although I
running
did
through
kind of dig his
the
horned
there were full
headgear.
rays of light
That's
coming
pretty
from the
cool.
towers surrounding the main
Oh,
building.
ESO went
I
down.
think those are coming from
Gotcha,
the binding
gotcha.
stones. We need to disrupt them to stop the ritual.
What zone have you taken by storm today? We're in Malabal Tor at the moment.
The runes. I can use my vision. My totem spirit.
I'm not taking it super seriously today. It was a bit of a crazy morning, to be honest. I had to get up super early and drive Maya out to a show that she's doing today. Bonk. But don't feel bad, guys. She'll be doing a show here tomorrow. Just for you guys. I keep reaching for my bow proc to fire it. So many of my characters are using it at the moment. I like a VRG, not pure. That's... That place... I don't know. I think I loved it when it came out. It's only grown on me over the years. Even as it's become easier to do. I think the difficulty level, especially on hard mode, was so high in the first place that it just didn't matter. Still haven't got my Planesbreaker though. I was in a group and we were very close, and then went on summer break. This is about a year ago, and it just never restarted after that. That sucked. I really thought we were going to get it. Oh, there we go. Up there, next tower. It's really weird doing these again. All these zone quests. I'm surprised. I'm kind of delighted at how much stuff I've forgotten, but also how much I remember, how much comes back to me while I'm doing it in the moment. A likes to play catch. Finally hit 160 CP on EU last night. Congrats. That's a fun milestone. I feel like I did that on an A quite recently. It's probably like a year ago, but it just feels recent because I haven't really progressed much further since then. Malabal Tor, that's the one with the Sylvanar? Indeed it is, yeah. That's exactly right. Yeah, are there any zones or like bits in zone stories that really stayed with people? I'm struggling to think base game. What stayed with me the most? And the one that we did yesterday with the Wilder King and the new Wilder Queen, that definitely is up there. Purist started a random one, and everyone wanted to do the hard mode, so we got to the last boss and then just could not get the W. Although that happened with pugs, though, won't it? Good on you for trying, man. That's crazy. I'm not sure I'd have the guts to try something like that. Just with a pug. But then again, I have a guild at my back, so it's... I'm in a very privileged position when it comes to that. But I really like the idea of helping a pug get through something for the first time or whatever. Especially if people are willing to join voice. I'd love to do that on stream, but it's just such a crapshoot. You've no idea who you're going to get, if they're even going to try to listen to you. Usually they don't. Or you'll have someone else who wants to be the raid lead, but doesn't know shit. You know? Classic. CP16 is still the max for Gate? Yes, it is indeed. Yeah. Strange that a pug wanted to do a hard mode. Yeah, yeah, right. I do bait every night, so it's normal for me to just run trials all night. Yeah, we keep talking about this. I want to do more open teaching trials, but I kind of need people to be... Wow, that is definitely a Dark Crystal reference, isn't it? Anyone seen that movie? It looks exactly like the crystal. Almost perfectly recreated. That's wild. Yeah, I'd love to do that. Like, Hyper does it, but I don't think he insists on people being on voice. I think I would want people to get on voice with me. Wait, we need to go downstairs, don't we? Funny, this is familiar to me, not from the quests, but from Oathsworn Pits, because we go through one of these
It's good to
buildings.
see you with my own eyes. Thank you for rescuing me, but our trials are not over. The Binding Stones affected my connection to the Bosma. I must get back everything they took from me.
Well, we found him. Yeah, likes to play catch. I can finally get kitted out with gear, mythics, etc. Can't wait. It's going to be good. Going to be great. Not pure. How many times we wipe doesn't mind me. I'm a Souls player, so falling over is part of the fun. I completely agree. What bothers me is if we wipe to the same shit. Or if we begin to regress over and over. I want us to get a little bit further every time. I will happily spend 2 hours with a group banging our heads against the same boss and not getting anywhere, or not getting the clear. I've done that many times. But if people aren't learning, if people aren't listening, I'm out of there. I won't literally leave, but I will think twice about running it again. But yeah, that's the thing. I guess you're not insisting that everyone gets on voice with you and listen to stuff. You're just sort of, are you offering tips in chat as you go? I should just tune in one day when I'm not streaming, and then we can find out.
Give me time.
Let's go. There's no one else coming?
That's just the first group. More are coming.
Oh, they're on a timer? That's hilarious. That's pretty funny. The game thing is giving me that long to kill them. Yeah, problem is voices people going on about stuff. Yeah, it's tricky. That's why I don't have the answer. I don't know how we are supposed to do that, really. But the idea is solid, isn't it? Of just opening up a teaching trial. Anyone who wants to join. Any level, whatever, so long as you're not completely unsuitable and unprepared. Come along and learn something. I'd love to do that, but it has to have some basic structure to it. I know Hyper tries to do this kind of thing, and it's a struggle for him. I know that. Alright, we can talk to the Sylvanar now.
Houndsman and the Drublog working together to destroy my connection.
Oh, the muffled effect.
I can't believe it. Thankfully, he saved me. I agree. I've recovered.
Are you ready to go? Let's go.
After I teleport out, I'll leave the portal open as long as I can.
Bonk. From what I remember, they always listen and respond. Sadly, the response was often, I know better, I did Spindle Clutch hard mode. Alright, so Subtlety has written one for me in the YouTube chat. Let's see if we can do it, guys. The Elder Scrolls. Sein gewältig in het Zusammenbringen van mensen dämonische Kundgaten te verkennen. Hang on, what? The Elder Scrolls... Bringing together people... No, I don't quite. I don't quite have that one. Bringing together... Dämonische Kundgaten. What? The world is all sphincters. Subtlety is saying. Hey, Porkuja, how's it going? Welcome on in.
Without you, neither I nor my ambassador would have gotten out of Jathsaga.
Not pure. The longest I've been in bait is 9 hours. And when you say bait, I'm guessing you mean kind of a trash run. 9 hours, man. Damn. Loved it. Keep my score. Problem with voices, people going on about sitting here. Likes to play catch. I love the people we meet along the way when in pub groups, especially when we're all having a laugh. Yeah, that's the thing. It can go really well. I've met some awesome people in pub, so it feels bad and wrong of me to say, oh, don't do pickup groups. They suck. Right, subtlety. The Elder Scrolls are great at bringing people together to explore demonic assholes. That's what you wrote. Die Elder Scrolls sind gewaltig in hat Zusammenbringen von Menschen, dämonische Grundgarten zu verkennen. Right. Do you actually speak these languages, or are you giving me Google Translate stuff? Funny either way. Not pure, I give advice, but if people can do it, that's another question. Yeah, well, there we go. But on my time for streaming, we get a lot of Asian pugs as well, so no English. That's fair enough as well. But we understand a lot of the time, so it works. Oki Razorback, well, it's time for me to focus on work. It was nice to meet you. Have a good rest of the day, all. Hey, likewise, Oki. Take it easy. Have a lovely day, lovely week, and hopefully see you again. We're on every day this month, so it should be pretty easy to catch us.
I will get the Drablock, the power of the town of
The prisoner of Jathsugur. This part is ridiculous when you insta-kill everything. Yeah, it's a little bit silly. Not pure. On NA, a lot of the time people call the group finder the bait finder. Yeah. Someone says VKA, KWTD is normally bait. No one knows what to do. Yeah. Yeah, I'm familiar with this. Why, Cat, why are you back? Let me just decat my gaming desk. You're a good boy, but fuck off. Good Ted. I think he just wants attention. I feel a bit bad, but like, not right now. Yeah, exactly, kiddings. Me. But this is this is not a cute little kitty. This is an 18-year-old Bengal cat. Hey, Graynor, thank you very much for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome on in. I hope you don't regret it. Yes, there's an 18-year-old Bengal cat, so he's very, very cheeky. And very stubborn. And, yeah, a little bit cryptic as well. Like, I don't understand what or why he wants something half the time. It's like, what are you hoping to accomplish right here, little buddy? I think he's just sad that Maya's not home. Normally he just goes and climbs on her. But I'm slightly allergic to cats. So if he, I can do like the basic cuddles and stuff. But if he starts, like I stroke him and talk to him and everything. But if he starts climbing on me or getting too, like up in my face, my nose will start to itch and I have to go and wash my hands and face. I just can't be bothered with that. Feels a bit bad sometimes. Sometimes I just do it because the dude needs a little bit of TLC. But, yeah, a lot of the time it's, get the hell out of my face, fuzzball. Meow, how goes the stream, Khan? Well, stay for 5 minutes and let me know. It's going pretty well, Solo, thanks. How you doing? How's your day?
We've run afoul of
Having fun with chat as always?
I don't know.
Speaking of which, welcome on in, everybody, if you joined since I last said it.
No good comes from the widow.
It's a lovely Tuesday here at Ninja Pools and in Tamriel. Hope you guys are having a good week. You are all welcome to ask all and any questions about the game. Anything that might help you have a little bit more fun or progress a little bit faster. You are not interrupting me. You are not wasting my time or being rude. Go for it. It's pretty much why we're here. It's like the main reason this channel exists, so please feel free. But in the meantime, we are doing a bit of Dominion storyline. We need to get through all of these zone stories to fulfill our pledge for September GAMESFEST. Collect silver shards. That was fun. It's a bit upsetting though, like, they have such low HP that even killing 3 targets in 1 second is still only 100k DPS. You know? That fucking sucks. Because they only have 31.3k HP. Not pure, thanks to the lurk, man. Thanks to the raid. They're really, really kind of you. Really appreciate it. And thank you for trusting Ninja Balls, and particularly me, with your awesome community. Hopefully I don't fuck it up by swearing too much. Oops. I do wonder sometimes if I should be more careful about cussing on stream. It's just the way, it's more or less the way that I tend to talk, especially if I'm trying to put a funny spin on something. But I notice a lot of the American streamers especially are much more careful about, you know, keeping the language clean. Sora.com. Yes, you are allowed to spam the meow command. Of course. Go for it. Sora about to be bad. Car is leaking oil. Don't know how much it'll cost. Oh no. Well, I hope it's not too much. But yeah, just bite the bullet, get on it. It's one of those things, isn't it? But that sucks. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, not pure. Do have to sleep though, mate. I'll be lurking. Glad the YouTube's working now. I'll have another person to send people to. Yeah, really appreciate it. Why is the silver now not the silver and the green lady not green? Ultronium, you ask a very important question. We should write a paper on the subject. Send it to Gina. Cyborg, are there any builds that focus on amplifying light attacks, not heavy attacks? Or does it not make much sense in this game? That is a good question. That's a really good question. Holy crap. Empower used to increase light attack damage. That was the thing. But then they changed it, just randomly, because they were correcting for their terrible decisions regarding update 35. So this is going back a while, a couple of years now. It's literally 2 years ago, isn't it? 3 years ago, sorry. So many meows. Hello, Yozo. How's it going? Yeah, they capped the light attack damage as well, so there's not that much more you could do, but to boost your light attack damage, no. But I'm just trying to think a build that is all about perfect weaving. Like, so you could use a set like Reliquien, but unfortunately they nerfed that now. But what else have you got? You got like Kinraz, that works off light attacks. But again, it just gives you a buff based on the light attacks, right? Dealing damage with a light or heavy attack grants you a stack of Burning Heart, Major Berserk. So if you're in Pug dungeons, or not very optimized dungeons, you could do that. If you're in a trial, you should really be getting Major Berserk for at least bits of the fight from a support or a DPS with the Atronach. Frankly, after subclassing, there's no excuse for not having it on a support. But, you know, things like that you could use. And, obviously the Nightblade bow proc is a good idea, because that hits extremely hard, but you do have to charge it up. You do have to successfully light attack in order for it to work. And, yeah, frankly, lazy players aren't very good at that. So, How many light attacks did I miss here? I actually missed 5, which is quite bad for me, but I was weaving very, very quickly. I lost less than 2 seconds in the entire, like, 2.25 minutes. So I guess I was going a little bit too fast to hit all of them. But you can see how much damage Merciless did as a result. It can hit for up to 155k. So if you really build your rotation around that, it's very single target focused though. What else could you do? You could use a 2H front bar for cleave, and that amplifies your light attack damage and hits 2 additional targets, right? But it's a bit niche. It's like, it's roughly equivalent to say like Deadly Cloak or something like that. It's like 3 to 4k DPS. But yeah, I like the question, Cyborg. Experimenting with Sigic skill and bound armaments, so wonder what set to pick. Suddenly saying, I think we all need new puppies. And also, there's no such thing as bad words, just bad intentions. That's true. Definitely. Swears a flavor text. As long as you're not trying to hurt someone with words, it's all good. At least that's what I tell my kids. Yeah, I think you said something similar here before. I totally subscribe to that viewpoint, but it's not my viewpoint. It's the, you know, it's that of others that I want to be respectful of. So there might be a word that I'm perfectly fine with, but I'm still not going to use it because there's a pretty good chance it'll bother someone. Like, I don't drop a lot of C-bombs around here. Maybe if Maya and I are here together and there's a bit of back and forth, then we could use it.
Quickly, you've defeated the Guardian, but
There are no banned words, basically.
You need to get inside the city and locate the
In
3
theory.
spinners.
But in practice, there are a handful that I'm extremely unlikely to say. Yeah, I mostly just mention it just as a random passing thought. There's almost no chance of me toning down my foul language. My sister and I have always been swear-tastic. Interrogate houndsman bewitches. How?
Finally, an end to this madness.
No, it wasn't my fault.
No. Here we go.
Please don't kill me. You don't understand.
Tell me everything.
We didn't hurt them. Please, I'll tell you everything I know if you just let me go. Spinner Einrel is her essence focuses.
Kiddings, I swear a lot without realizing as well. Yeah, not pure. I'm Australian, mate. You'd have to be soft. Yeah, you'd be soft compared to me. Yeah, I think I am pretty soft compared to what Maya and I will say to one another when we're just talking. Oh, they're a bunch of cunts, you know, that kind of thing. But, yeah, Scots and Aussies and the Irish. I think a lot of areas of the UK have their own unique, like, palette for foul language, in a way which is not foul at all, actually. But which is, yeah, it's like subtlety said. It's flavor. And it's often humor, not aggression, that it expresses, you know? Familiarity, humor, that kind of stuff. Valenwood is pretty good. Like, it's not ever since I got into PC gaming and RPGs and stuff, I've sort of daydreamed about a cool forest in a video game one day. The Witcher 2 and 3 got pretty close. I still don't think we've quite seen one that quite lives up to that idea. But ESO does pretty well with these giant trees. Love it. And but Lord, nothing bad about swearing. Likes to play catch. Sorry to hear about that as well. Damn. Yeah, wall training. The section of the game was made when 30k DPS was OP. Yeah. Likes to play catch. I spent all morning on the phone with the garage. A lovely bill for £3,200. That is a lot. And they just found another fault with the cooling fan, adding another 200. Ugh, my MOT's coming up in a couple of months. It's probably fine, but you never know. They're always like, oh, and there's this, which will be 250 quid, and that, another 500. Great. Solo, I hope so. I'm one of the few in the family who can drive. Gonna need to rent it if it takes too long. Boo. Pyrebrand for DK will trade him. Thank you for that. That's a good call. Yeah, more like Kina. But I guess the short answer is not really to the light attack. Building around light attack's question. But yeah, there are definitely things that you can do that will interact with light attacks in an interesting way. But none of them are particularly OP except for the Nightblade bow proc, which is very well known. But yeah, if your weaving's good, that obviously rewards you for it. Obviously. But one of the problems for focusing on DPS, people are generally thinking about trials, aren't they? And the best way to get through a lot of these trial veteran, let alone the hard mode fights, is to bring a lot of cleave damage. And then suddenly the bow procs and the light attacks aren't as useful as we'd want them to be. But yeah, that was a cool question, so thank you for answering. Thank you for asking that one. But Lord, you won't do light attacks consecutively? In PvP you can. I guess we're talking about PvE. But yeah, you don't... I don't know if I've ever seen anyone use Malakina in PvE since they changed it. They changed it quite a while back, like 3-4 years ago. Likes to play catch. We looked into renting as we live in the countryside. No other means of transport, but wish we did now, as being off the road for almost 3 months is an absolute nightmare. I got chewed out by my high school friends for saying F, or its variations every 2 to 3 words. Try not to since then. Alright, maybe that's a little excessive. Yeah, the flavor goes away if you use it on everything. You know? Like too much salt. I guess. Yeah, I've seen Molakena on Werewolf Enjoys in PvP. Or PvE. Man, I haven't seen a PvE werewolf in ages. The occasional tank? Maybe?
You can't kill me. Don't you know who I am?
I don't give a shit who you are.
It was the Hound. He forced us. I saw him capture Spinner Carolyn. The Spinner's in his prime and let the Hound know.
Speaking of werewolf enjoyers.
I'm getting out of here.
I should have just straight up killed her? Okay, I don't think you're supposed to do that.
Look out!
What the fuck? Why are they dying all of a sudden? But Lord, I only seen that on terrible werewolf tank yesterday. Yeah, it either means they're absolutely useless or they really know what they're doing. I tend to find. Not much in between. I don't know why people are so keen on using things that underperform. Like, what's with that?
I'm getting out of here.
Have mercy, please.
There we go.
I'll help you.
Grey War was peak time for werewolf and vamps. Yeah, but werewolf was still not very good though. It's fun for like role playing, and in Overlanders and demonstrating is also easy anyway. Werewolf can be really powerful in PvP, but primarily just as an unkillable, annoying thing that runs around making a lot of noise. I've rarely fought a werewolf that's particularly effective at killing you. They're just very good at staying alive. So I guess if you have a pack and run together, that could be quite fun. But mostly I think it's for shits and giggles, right? And Polite Meat Popsicle. Hello, Ninja and chat. Oh, heyo. Heyo yourself. How's it going? Welcome on in. It's Khan here today. No Maya, but she will be here yesterday. Welcome on in. Likes to catch Werewolf. Slept on, in my opinion, for both PvE and PvP. It's terrible in PvE. What do you mean? You can use it for tanking, for sure. But as a DPS, it is... Unless we're talking about someone who has a bad build and is quite new to the game, then going werewolf can be a really good idea.
The spinners defied the hound.
If that's what you mean, then I definitely agree. But frankly, there are so many easy/accessible ways to get really high damage nowadays. That used to be the prime attraction for werewolf. It's kind of fun, and it was very easy to get good numbers. But there are so many ways to get good numbers now that are much, much easier. Like Arcanist, for example.
I sense that you've completed your task.
And again, there's not a lot of cleave going on.
Spinners and their bonds. When you defeated the Guardian,
But yeah, werewolf tanking is cool to see. I like seeing when someone really knows what they're doing. Because it's not that difficult.
By puzzles that tap into each spinner's essence. The hound is using alien. Yes. If you fail to solve it, take your time. The spinners work with the past, present, and future, and likely left clues to help solve the puzzle of their bindings. Spinner Enrel is the youngest. She's a master alchemist, and her spinner Carolyn was a powerful warrior before the spinner's path. She is the eldest and most powerful spinner.
Oh god, puzzles. This is gonna be fun. Does werewolf have a native taunt? Yes, it does. Werewolf sustain is really bad. Do you and Maya ever roleplay? No. In any sense. Thank you for asking, Subtlety. How about you? Do you ever roleplay? You and the wife? Belorda, yeah, medium attacks when you have the right spec. Yeah. Vampirism is still used a lot for tanks and in PvP. I think PvP has stopped using it briefly because it just wasn't worth the hit to sustain. When they altered Undeath, but I've got a couple of setups that still use Vampirism for PvP. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not in a great position to judge it. Like, I'm not in a great position to judge it scientifically, you know, to make a forensic judgment on this. But I feel like this is one of the weaker zones so far. It might be the weakest. Like, Kanathi's Roost is pretty good. Auradon, decent. Grotwood, excellent. Greenshade, pretty solid as well. Actually, Greenshade was very good. Grotwood and Greenshade, probably the highlights so far. Because what was happening was either quite grand and important, or just interesting and cool. This one, I don't know, it feels very fetch questy and not super exciting. The Mage, the Apprentice, the Ritual, the Atronach. Apprentice? Only, like, what am I even doing here? That's the only one that's mentioned, isn't it? Dance the endless dance, cast the forever spell, learn your sacred rites, apprentice to your times, master the magic, dance the endless dance. I have absolutely no idea. That's the thing when you're not really paying that much attention. But I don't like the Gratwood main story much because of the way they split the quest weirdly. Yeah, it is a little bit strange. They basically have this big, short storyline and thought, hang on, we need to put a break in the middle where you have to go off and collect 3 things. I just thought the way they hid the fact that you're just going collecting stuff was pretty clever. It worked on me. It made me feel like I was still doing something. You know? A little bit like The Witcher 3. Anyone who's made it to... you know, you get to Novigrad. You meet Triss, and you start getting somewhere in terms of your search for Ciri. And then it's like, oh, no. Before you can progress any further, you need to go and do X, Y, and Z somewhere else. And at first you think, oh, for fuck's sake, come on. Write the quest better. This is too obvious. But then you go off and actually do it, and all of the things individually are quite arresting and intriguing. Just read the book properly, but Lord, yeah. I thought I was reading it properly. Dance the endless dance, O children, and cast the forever spell. Learn your sacred rites, apprentice to your times. None of these words make any sense. That's badly written. All I see is ritual, apprentice, mage. But there are 4 here, right? Oh, so it even gives you a little visual clue. So you don't even need to read the book. You can just do trial and error. Oh, so you don't need to get all 4. Alright. I remember talking to Rich Lambert about puzzles in games. And he low-key just dissed every puzzle in ESO. But not like saying they're bad, but saying that he hates them. He thinks this is not a good way to do gameplay. Generally. Puzzles can be good, but they rarely are. I'm generally in agreement with him on that. I think they're usually just a silly way to gate progress. And we were talking about this the other day when Maya and I were talking about Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. The puzzles in that game have a logic and a sense to them that is such a delight when you actually play them. It suddenly makes you realize how much puzzles have sucked in every other video game that you've ever played. And I'm sorry, ESO, I love you, but the puzzles in ESO tend to be absolutely awful. Not awful, but like just great examples of do this for absolutely no reason. You know what I mean? Like when a kid asks their parent, you know, you do this. Why? Because I said so. It's that level of motivation that we're being given. Agree. Give me better puzzles. Role-playing is weird. Hard to stay in character. Which character are you trying to stay in? Hey. Sorry, Subtlety. Yeah, tanks use Vamp for ult gain. Exactly. And sort of the last time was when Mist Form was used by tanks to skirt... No. They, to skirt Barclay's curses, you never needed to do that. But a lot of tanks thought you did, because TC Lee put out a video saying, you gotta have this. And frankly, he was wrong. You didn't. I tanked it many times before he even released that video. And then everyone started telling me, oh, you need to be vamped. No, you don't. So I never even used vampirism back then. It was when they changed... It was for exhilarating drain, basically. So in the wake of Saxleal coming out, things like this, that's actually when it started to become useful More for that reason. So you can use Exhilarating Drain to get stupid amounts of ult. Also because, honestly, if you're tanking, you're honestly not doing a lot of the time. Even with quite good groups. You're just there, keeping up your debuffs, and if you're used to playing DPS or healer, you're trying to do something with every cooldown. And there's just nothing to do half the time. You'll see a lot of experienced DK tanks just spamming chains. Not anymore, because they'll run a different skill line. But, you know, overcasting Stagger, for example. And the beam, the drain, the Vamp Drain is just another way of doing that. It allows you to fill your global cooldowns with something useful, rather than just waiting around. Oh, Crusher's going to run out. I better replace it. Because there's very rarely, sometimes, but rarely, any real threat to your survivability as a tank. If you've just built it correctly and your group isn't terrible, tanking is ridiculously straightforward in terms of the survivability side of it compared to what it used to be like. And I don't really have a problem with that. I think that's okay, but it does mean that we got to fill the silence with something. And it's one of the reasons I and others are a little bit alarmed by Zos's recent appetite for nerfing interesting things like pillagers and Pearls of Elnafay and stuff like that. I know those aren't tank things, but you did used to see tanks and pillagers with Vamp Drain. Can't read. It's sort of a sore point for him. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, guys. Hyperioxy's got this I can read check for pug trials. You have to type it into the message. People who fail to won't get into the group. The puzzles in Breath of the Wild, that's a good call, kiddings. Yeah. Secret World? I don't even know what that is. Oh, is that from like 10 years ago? Look, hey there, man. An unbelievable amount of tanks use Bash as their downtime spammable. Just drains their stamina and then they die. Is that true? That's not a thing I see very often, but I've spoken to so many tanks who are like, they do have a thing exactly like that they just do on cooldown. Sometimes they just stand there light attacking for the fuck of it, but usually it's something that they can spam. Or they just over-taunt constantly, just to have something to do, anything. That's definitely them thinking it does damage. Shit. Call of Dice. Hello, how are you today? Yeah, pretty good, thank you. How are you doing? And Bob. So I've been lurking for so long, I've been making a shit ton of pancakes. Whoa, I'm so glad you typed the whole of that sentence. So I've been lurking for so long, but I've been making a shit. Sorry to lower the tone. I couldn't resist. A shit ton of pancakes sounds amazing. I'm jealous. What do you mean tanks aren't in danger? Find the ads are always attacking me. That seems really dangerous. Yeah, they're always on your case. Lady, Warrior, Lord. Well, that one's a little bit more obvious. Like, why even bother having a puzzle at that point? Lady, Warrior, Lord. Am I wrong about this? I don't know. I just feel like this is unnecessary. It feels like filler. You know, when I was 15 or whatever, and I had an essay I needed to hand in, and the essay needed to be 2,500 words. Mine was only 2,100. I just write a bunch of waffle to make up the extra, the extra numbers.
Freedom exists.
That, I don't know. I don't want to be too mean, but it feels like something. You're just padding it out because the quest didn't have anything to say. To be fair though, we've made it. We are almost, like, we're quite nearly done with the Aldmeri Dominion storyline, and this is the first time we've really run into this. So that's something. But Lord, I think it's not a downtime spammable, it's tanks who want to weave but won't let go of block. You think that's what it is? I mean, it does do a little bit of damage, because bash damage does scale with your resists, I believe. Now someone will tell me that I'm out of date with that info, but certainly used to be the case. I'm pretty sure it still is. So I think a lot of people just do this. You know, so light attack, skill, bash, light attack, skill, bash. Just bash weaving. But as you can see, yeah, it uses a lot of stam. And it doesn't do shit. I mean, I'm wearing Velothi, so not the best example, but... not worth spending all that resource on, that's for sure. Turning Tide Habit. It does do damage. A whole 20 damage. Yeah, you've seen it far too often in pugs and streams for it to be weaving. Ahelt, what else am I supposed to do while DDs get that act together and kill the big thing that's biting me? Yeah, I don't think it's a turning tide thing, because if you care about that, you could just track it. Or just go to your back bar. It's typically run on the back bar, isn't it, turning? Because there's usually something valuable you can run on the body. But once I had this begin attack and I asked him afterwards, he really wanted to weave. Stamgraph always just looked like a saw weave with depths on the bottom. Good old Eerie. They're just practicing to be ready when they get turning tide. That's it, yeah. The tanks are a very conscientious bunch. Always be prepared. One day I will have real gear. Yeah, the time will come. Lover's Shadow Tower. Alright, so if I'd done them in the opposite order, it would have been much more obvious what I was supposed to do. Because the first one I did was super cryptic.
The spinner's bonds are broken.
Then again, I'm barely reading. I'm just like skipping through all the dialogue and text. Which I guess is what Belorda meant when he said, if you read it properly, so if you stop talking to us for a moment and just read it, but it really made me laugh because it sounded like, stop reading it like an idiot and just read it properly. Don't be such a moron, Khan. Which is fair enough. I'll take it. Ellie Sus has become my tank spammable. That's also a good call. It's doing something. Especially on a frost staff, you know, a bit of free brittle, right? Hey, Sylvanar, what's up?
You've done it. The barrier is almost broken. As you broke each of the spinner's bonds, I could feel the energy dispersing. I'm almost through.
Nice. Just such a fresh voiceover, this guy. Just an inherently likable voice. And, Call of Dice, honestly, whenever I tank, I'll do light or heavy attacks if I have gaps to fill. Generating alt, recharging resources feels much more productive than spamming abilities to drain. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what we're saying. But if you have the sustain for it, spamming rocks, you know, spamming Stone Giant, sorry. You just don't block, and you can generally keep that up for quite a while. But yeah, there are times when it's very, very different. Like when I was off-tanking Barse hard mode, and I was stacking up all the Atros and the Abominations, and occasionally I'd have 3 or even 4 at the same time. I wasn't worried about having gaps to fill. It was just scythe, 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 you know? And then yell at the healers when you die. Or at the DDs, because the Abos weren't killed fast enough. I haven't been back there since Update 47. I'd actually like to do that. See if it's actually much more difficult. I bet it isn't. I bet it isn't. I bet the loss of Azure Blight was a much bigger deal. Perhaps someone can confirm. And look, it does scale with your resist, but it's not even remotely worth the stam cost. Yeah, that's true. But better to heavy attack for resources or spam Elisas, which is like 5 times more DPS. Pancakes made out of spelt flour, sugar, eggs, and cinnamon. And milk, and a shot of sparkling water. Bob, that sounds wonderful. Oh, spelt pancakes, baby. Making me hungry. I'm gonna have to go and get a snack before I go and pick up Maya later. Which, speaking of which, we should switch games pretty soon. Can't believe it. I thought it'd be in Reaper's March by the time we stopped, at least. A tank's still a thing? Every perk I do seems to have 4 DDs. Ultronium, yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Touche. I mean, if you're doing something genuinely difficult, like certainly trials, you definitely want a tank. Otherwise, it's just whack-a-mole for 20 seconds while the boss nukes everyone one by one. Yeah, but Lord, it's just the ESO puzzles are so easy, they give you the answer in the books. Yeah. Yeah, and they can't really design a puzzle any other way. But, I don't know, I think the ones in Indiana Jones, I bet nobody looked them up. They all felt difficult. They all felt like you had to use your brain. But I'd be surprised if many people actually had to look them up. Maybe just one detail here and there, I don't know. Maybe I'm overestimating gamers. Trials must be interesting, yeah. Tanks don't even... Yeah, they'll flag themselves wrongly. No tanks trials. Let OMS do whatever the hell he feels like. And Moose. OMS is pretty weak. You could just dodge. Yeah. Any group try to tank only handling melees and have a DD who's really good at dodging and dealing damage at the same time. I mean, if you look at the... That's almost what we're talking about if you look at the world record runs that we're getting these days. Anyway, welcome on if you just joined. We're questing, but we're talking about everything else. Everything but that.
We must confront the hound. Give me the silver.
And I should be due to head over to Oblivion Remastered shortly. There's a chance it just won't work, and then I'm not sure what we'll do. But tried it earlier and the game just wouldn't load. But ESO was updating in the background. I don't know if that was it. That's a unique loading screen. I'd forgotten about this one. Fun. Mead Popsicle. Is it okay dropping a random progression? Of course it is. Question. Yeah, go ahead. Absolutely fine. Thank you for even asking. Sword and Snail. I remember tanking Sanctum Ophidia with no gear on. That was fun. Fun, in inverted commas. Like, on Veteran, the trash in there can be pretty punishing. Even now, there's just so much of it. And if you hold block, your stamina is just gone in no time. But Order, in the secret world, they have a design that you have an in-game browser, and you just have to search for stuff you saw in the quest. That's just a nice thing, that sounds awesome. Yeah. I'm on your wavelength, I think. Kind of like Morrowind, but which didn't have a search function. Morrowind, you just have to look stuff up. Everything gets noted down in your journal, everything that's relevant, but it might be pages and pages ago that you actually found it, so you have to, like, go back and rediscover what it was that you heard. Alright, let's buff up, because this fight could be tricky, you never know. Right, so she's just unkillable.
I'm here, Waring. No one can stop our union now.
Green Lady, remember the Green Pact. Come to me.
Yeah, Green Lady, remember the Green Pact.
No, we belong together.
It was worth the pre-buff, wasn't it? I'll say that again, for the 200th time, I am looking forward to see what they do with more difficult Overland.
Let's not delay the ceremony any longer.
I hope it's cool. I think it could really breathe new life into this stuff, because look, yeah, I just dissed the puzzles, and I was saying it's a bit more fetch questy and this, but, like, the environment is still cool as fuck. It really is. And the dated graphics really don't matter. Certainly not to me. Sure, Gold Road looks better. But this is still pretty awesome. On normal, Sword and Snail, still. The block cost is the same. We use what we picked up along the way. Yeah, I know the naked run. But Lord, there's this quest. You need the password to unlock a laptop. So you have to search the person in the browser, and by doing so, you'll get the answer for the password. That's fun. Hey, Vishy, how's it going? I'll continue questing on my main when they do the overland difficulty. Yeah, right? I'm definitely going to go back and do some of them. We'll see. In the meantime, Writhing Wall as well. I hope they continue to bump up the difficulty on that. I don't know if it was just artificially low for the PTS, but frankly, it was a joke. Incoming damage was pretty low, and everything was soloable. Even after they made it tankier, they increased the HP of the sort of mini-boss and end boss of each camp fight. They increased it by a lot, like 5-fold or something, but it was still soloable. It just took a really long time. And when I say soloable, I don't mean in a quote-unquote solo setup. I mean in a basic setup with major resolve and like beam. You know, pragmatic fate carver and reaving blows. No heavy armor, no particularly tankiness to the setup. Yeah, it was a bit of a worry. So hopefully that's all been sorted. We are going to get to try the Writhing Wall stuff again on PTS for Update 48 before it goes live. But that's going to be possibly too late for them to really make any final adjustments. We'll see. Meat Popsicle, level 50, 540 CP, Templar build. Having trouble with resource sustainability if I go full stam or magic. Mostly a solo quester, but the dungeons I dabble into feel weak. Or you feel weak, low DPS. Looking for general thoughts on best direction to focus on. Not into any gold or crafted gear yet, just from dungeons. Alright, let me take a little break here to show you the Templar that I've been messing around with. Vishy, EU's going to win Writhing Wall for sure. I hope so. That'd be fun. I don't really care, to be honest. I hope there's not a huge gap. That would suck. All the EU players are like enjoying what's it called? Eastern Solstice. And the Americans are like, I want to go. They just can't get in there. Start going on PTS so they can see what's up. Solo, I hope the overland difficulty is a nice jump. It should do. It would be so pointless if it was like a 20% increase. They should make it 3, 4, or 5 times harder. Even if they just make the enemies more tanky. I think they can make them hit harder as well. That'd be cool. But even if they just increase the HP, I think even then it would be something. Alright. Yeah, you feel weak. DPS output. Meat Popsicle. Let me just catch up with likes to play catch. First time I ever tanked was Vet DSA. I got the title Bohemian Scythe. Is Boethius Scythe? Is that also correct? I like Bohemian Scythe though. Is this the real Scythe? Is this just fantasy? That was when tanks still used double sword and board. I've done much since. Yeah, man. I wasn't tanking back then. But I'm aware of those days. I remember the first time Aheld came back to the game. He was running double sword and board and was asking us, oh wait, you run a what on the back bar? No. Thought we were shining him on. But Lord, it would be nice. I wouldn't have to only light attack to see all the mechanics. Look, you might not be running food or maybe missing passives, but it's difficult to say without specifics. Exactly, right. So let's get into it. Are you on your character at the moment? Meat Popsicle. It's a fun name, by the way. Let's look at this one. Like you said, don't worry too much about the gear. One thing you can do immediately for your sustain is to pick 2 of these. Probably Boundless, Vitality, and Fortified. Celerity is very nice, but honestly, you can get rid of Rejuvenation from the red CP. I know you don't have a ton of CP, but you can use Siphoning Spells or Bloody Renewal, or both, and make sure you're getting a ton of Magicka and Stamina back from kills. 300 per stage, where there's no cooldown on this. So if you're fighting 4, 5, 6 adds, you can easily get back, you know, 6k magicka and stamina at the end of that trash pool. That might be slightly less than you spent, you know? So siphoning spells, or blood renewal, or both, depending on which resource you're missing. As for food, you've got a few options here. You can, if your sustain is good enough, you can use a... Is it a magicka or a stamina character? Sorry, I should ask this. Oh, you're offline at the moment. No worries, no worries. Working from home. Twitch is my mental health background noise. Well, check this out. This will be on the website as well. ninjapulse.com. But, yeah, the actual builds themselves need to be updated for Update 47. But the food options are there. So you want to either... This is a magicka, for example, but just do the mirror image for Stam. Whatever. You could run something like Jewels of Misrule, which gives you recovery and health. Not the best for damage, but if you're more interested in survivability and sustain, go for it. But a savory dish, a max level, so a level 50 savory recipe. Solitude Salmon Millet Soup is the one I'm using currently. Gives you max health and max magicka. If you don't want that, if that's not enough sustain, use this. Ghastly Eyeball. If you don't have the recipe, you can either buy the food from traders, or you can buy the recipe from traders. It drops every Halloween, so all our inventories are full of it. And it should be fairly cheap, but if it looks a bit expensive, just wait a couple of months. You know, because Halloween is coming up. And, yeah, so late October, this will be everywhere and super cheap. And that gives you max mag and a ton of magical recovery. With a sustain issue, blended jabs to Stam. Other skills under magic. So what I'm doing, don't know if you're in a position to do this, but I've got Gravelord and Adric Spear. So Gravelord, Blighted Blastbones, that is my stamina every 3 seconds. And Adric Spear to fill in the gaps, right? So that's Puncturing Sweep, the Magicka Morph. And the dummy is not a great demonstration for this at all, but it's kind of the only thing I've got. But this build can sustain, like really, really easily. But yeah, things to check. Let me just get into the house. Always check your armor passives, your medium armor passives, your light armor passives. They're really powerful. Do not skip them. Check your CPs. You know, if you're not killing lots of mobs, if you're fighting like an individual target, like a world boss, and it lasts, I don't know, 30 seconds or whatever, Rejuvenation is a good one. It's only 90 extra recovery, it's not that great, but these are crazy good. Siphoning spells and Bloody Renewal on the warrior's, on his right shoulder. Well, our right, his left, whatever. These are really strong if you're killing lots of mobs. But, for example, right now I've got no recovery. And I'm going to activate the banner. And I'm going to use these potions. That's crucial. So, Tri-Stat potions, if you have any of these kicking around. You get a lot of those from Ouroboros crates, maybe. You could trade them. They've daily rewards, stuff like that. The ones you get from crates, I guess you turn those in for gems. But we get a lot of these from daily rewards. Tri-Stat potions, restoring health, mag, and stam. You can get those from PvP, you can buy them, you can make them, whatever's easiest. But with just these, I can sustain this all day. Tri-Stats have a few hundred. Yeah, pop them like Tic Tacs if you're running low on juice. And yeah, just remember to check. Make sure your primary resource is over 30,000. And that you've got all the passives you need, that you're wearing the correct armor types. Like I'm in 7 medium here, even though it's a mag. I hope that helps. Ghastly eyeballs noted. And Slow Boogie, sorry I was busy answering a query there, but thank you very much for the follow. Welcome on in. Sebastian Miguel, support DPS still a thing? Yeah, in trial groups that are organized. You'll often have 1 or 2 support DDs. Petrified, I'm back. And loaded. Nice. I usually mix in 1 light for the Undaunted passive. Yeah, you can do that, or if you need the pen, or just a little bit of mag recovery. I got more DPS with 7 medium. But it's generally, when it's just 1 piece, the difference is going to be negligible. It's more to do with swapping back and forth to get your sustain in the sweet spot. Basically not a thing in a pug, no, because well, they can be, but who are you supporting? In a pug, you have no idea what penetration people are bringing. You might have a bunch of heavy attack sorks that are already bringing a bunch of buffs that should already be in the group, and that they're just buffing themselves, no one else. So yeah, pugs tend to be a little bit different. But the truth is, you just don't know what you're gonna get, I guess is the point. So there's no point bringing Alkosh or Elemental Catalysts or whatever other support sets you can think of, because you don't know if people are going to benefit from them. You just have absolutely no idea. So you might just be gimping your own damage, but not really contributing very much to anyone else's. Whereas if everyone in the group is aware of what support sets are present, they're aware that the uptimes are good, and they're aware of how much pen, sustain, crit damage, all of that stuff that they need to bring to the table, that's when the math works. If people are just bringing support sets left and right, like if you bring Alkosh to a pug, how do you know 3 other DDs haven't already brought it? And the tank is also wearing it, or they're running Crimson, or do you know what I mean? So, I don't know, better just to bring a reasonable amount of penetration and crit and just build for damage if you're pugging. It's a good question. Support DPS is totally valid. It's definitely a thing. Belorda also pointed out the alchemy passive. Don't forget about that one. It is medicinal use. So potions last 30% longer, which means you can keep the buffs from the sustain buffs up 100% of the time. Yeah. What Moose is saying as well is it's a build problem, most likely. I got a bunch of people commenting on that Dark Templar video we put up on YouTube recently saying, I don't know how you can sustain this, it's not possible. It's like, it's literally there in the video, you can see it happening. What do you want me to say? And I think what they're doing is they've just never done any PvP, so they don't have magic aid. And as a result, Banner is that much rougher to run, because you're getting all the drain, but none of the... You're not getting that 10 or 20%... sorry, 5 or 10% magical recovery. Which is meaningful, right? You know, 10%. A little bit extra. Sebastian Miguel, thinking of Zen DK? Yeah, that one's a bit more universal. But just make sure that no one else is running it already. Like, if the group is organized and, you know, when people die, you're like the last person to go and res, because your job is to stay on the boss, right? Keep up your debuffs. But, I don't know, I don't think I'd bother bringing a Zen to a pug. The amount of damage you're going to lose personally by bringing it is probably greater than the damage the group will gain. Because if they don't know that they've got it, and if it's a bit of a shambles and people are dying left and right, like how high is the group DPS anyway? You know, the absolute contribution of Zen obviously rises with group damage. So if the group is excellent, it's definitely worth it. If the group is average, probably not worth it. if the group is bad or weak, you'll probably lose damage by running Zen rather than just bringing a full DPS set and doing as much damage as possible. I don't know. Look, saying, honestly hate sustain. Shit's so boring to work around. I have no problem with it, but I agree with your next point. It's relevant in PvP, etc. If it was too easy, it would make resources irrelevant. But I really wish it was a bit easier on DDs to make it more fun to play. Yeah, it's a boring thing and a tiresome thing for me to have to explain to people. They see a build and they want to try it and they're like, why? This shit doesn't work. And the reality is that they've forgotten a couple of little things that they never knew about or they forgot about or whatever they haven't done with that character. And it usually takes 3 or 4 comment exchanges on YouTube before I'm able to track down what it is. Because they don't say, I have a problem sustaining, help me narrow it down. They say, this doesn't work. How are you sustaining this? Like it's a trick or something. Oh, it's so annoying. So yeah, I'm kind of with you. I think it's not very user-friendly. It's not a layer of complexity that is particularly needed. Wolf's Right Rose also working from home. And it's stink. I have an insane but fun PvP build. Would use Eternal Hunt. And the monster set that puts the poison. I see. Poison thing on the floor. You're talking about Thurvokun. The Prince of Madness. Yeah, that's funny, isn't it? I've done that a couple of times now. Sensuous Bite, Master's Bow. Yeah, we're obviously talking about a PvE setup here. Yeah, Sugar Skull's no sustain on that one. But yeah, if you can sustain it, perfectly fine. I would always go for the one that gives you your max resource over Sugar Skulls. But I know plenty of people, like DKs for example, who were one of the more hybridized classes where that would allow them to sustain. But just health plus their main resource, food, wouldn't really allow them to sustain. Alright. Enough yapping. I've really got to get into Oblivion Remastered here, or we won't have time to do it. So I'm going to switch over. And I'm going to at least try to fire up this damn thing. Like I said, when I tested it earlier today, it didn't even work. Don't know what's been going on with it recently, but it used to work beautifully. So we may just have to give up. But bear with me, we are doing a different game every day this month. In the second half of the stream. And, yeah, we've done Arena, Daggerfall, Morrowind. So today, it's very obviously got to be Oblivion. And with the remaster just a few months old, it'd be rude not to, wouldn't it? So let me just see. Earlier today, Steam would just go... The button would go blue, and then nothing would happen. And it looks like we might be in that position. Oh! Are we in luck? Yeah, it's weird. Oblivion is just having an absolute stink. Something's happening. I'm just going to leave it for a minute. Yeah, you can hear that? It's working! It's working! Alright, let me tweak some things before we start. I'm just going to change a couple of settings here. Oh, that's good. Well, it wouldn't load at all earlier, so I have no idea what the hell was going on, but now it seems to be fine. It just took its sweet time. All right. Why won't you find the correct... OBS is refusing to recognize it now? Great, come on! More things go wrong, please. There we go. You guys are seeing that, right? Imagine a Bethesda game not working. To be fair, I've never had issues with it before today. It was last night and today because I knew I'd be streaming it. I thought, oh, let's just boot it up. Have a quick look. It was running like garbage. I don't know why. It's been running beautifully this whole time. Anyway. Better change the streaming category as well before I forget. But yeah, Polite Meat Popsicle, I hope that was enough to get you the info you wanted. You need to look at reblending primary resource allocation, flip more into medium. Try the blast bones and yeah, see the frame rate is just bad. What is going on? How's that for you guys? It's stuttering, isn't it? See, why is it doing that? I have no idea why. It's not. That's not happening on my screen. All right. We'll try to work with it for a minute, but if it keeps happening, I'll just kill it, and we'll have to come back to this game later. But yeah, I'm sorry about that. I never had issues with it before today. Until I checked last night. It's not the most optimized game, obviously, but... let's just try porting somewhere completely different, see if it helps. And, Anders, yo, by the way, that was my house. It was the Hall of the Lunar Champion. Sorry, you were asking what house is this? And why are there no more horror movies? I've either watched them all or they're rated as terrible. Watch Raw, R-A-W. Watch Heretic, the new one with Hugh Grant. Watch The Changeling from the late 70s, early 80s. Fantastic Canadian-British movie. One of my favorites. Watch The Others if you haven't seen it. What else? Watch Saint Maud if you haven't seen it. That was like 5 years ago. I'm just trying to think of the best horror movies. Rewatch the Night of the Living Dead series. They're currently in the middle of remastering Day of the Dead. Stutter issue's still kind of there, isn't it? Man, that sucks. Why? No other game. It's just this one. My apologies, folks. It could be that I've got, actually, maybe we are running DLSS. It can fuck things up, can't it? Let's try this. See if that helps at all. Looks like another thing with these, so there's so many random, tiny things that all add up. Yeah, that's totally the way to look at it, isn't it? It's lots of little things that add up to big DPS or group power, and that can be really difficult for newcomers to understand. How's that? That doesn't seem as stuttery, does it? Well, it's still happening. Randoms have no idea, so you get way more detail than they think, and then to get you to actually help. And then you have to put in that much more effort. Yeah. And thank you for the follow, Mr. Rebirth. Your journey with us is just beginning. Thank you for following. Imagine pathetic if not working. Well, I recommend an entire day of Tetris. I'll have Tetris installed. Tetris instantly starts trying to turn the cubes. Hey, Sonora, how's it going? Yeah, Unreal Engine 5. But yeah, that seems to be better, right? Let's I'll try this for a bit longer. If it seems to be working. I'm watching the stream as I do this. Hippity hoppity, Argonians are property. That's way better, right? Still a little bit stuttery here, and especially when I swing the sword. That's weird, right? Why is it doing that? It does seem to be DLSS related. Just try turning it off. I wonder if that's just going to tank my performance now. Frame rate is a little lower, but it's actually still fine. Let's have a look. No, it's kind of still there, isn't it? Whatever. Whatever, it seems good enough for now. We did say we were going to play some Oblivion today. It's not necessarily fair to play, you know, Arena, then Daggerfall Unity, then Open Morrowind, and now this. Like, an incredibly expensive and professionally remastered jobby. But whatever. It's all nostalgia. And we're still talking about ESO and all that stuff. I know some people will leave, but, like, the channel essentially doesn't change when we switch games. It's just the action on screen. The conversation stays much the same. Alright, well, sorry guys for the delay there, but we did say we were going to do a different game every day this month, and I would be a real shit streamer if I decided, well, we're just not going to do what we promised. Where's my Fallout? Fallout is probably coming. I think Maya wants to stream some Fallout 4 pretty soon. Call of Dice, also highly recommend listening to the Magnus Archives. Fantastic horror podcast, audio theatre series. Sounds interesting. Wow. Someone's trying to fight me. Well, they were. Oh, I see. A promise is a promise. Exactly. I do wish you could quick port in and out of the Shivering Isles. Sometimes. Is there anyone who hasn't seen much Oblivion Remastered yet? Is there anywhere you'd like me to go? Like, we're just geeking out over the way that these games have progressed and changed over the years. We're not really trying to get anything done, particularly in these secondary games that we're playing, not like in ESO. Honestly, I was just trying to think, where do I go to level up? I have to go to a bed, don't I? Who has a bed for my Dark Elf? Yeah, I'd see most the remaster you meant, but I would watch you stream it, yeah. Vishy got the game, farmed alchemy to 100 and stopped playing. I wonder how many people did something like that. That's funny. I don't... yeah, so apologies if it's a bit choppy. I don't know what they changed. But clearly they did something. Where is the Sickly Bernice's Tap House? That's the one, isn't it? That's what we want. I've been really enjoying this game as well. It looks fantastic. The only thing I can think of is that I installed a bunch of mods But they weren't... Nah, it can't be that. None of them would affect this game. Shivering Isles. Ah, you are there. Yes. It's subtlety. Let's rent a room with this lady.
It's gone. All of it. Gone. Have you seen any of it? Any of my things? The others. They think I'm stealing, but I just want my things back.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Call of Dice, the Magnus Archive, started as a tiny home production and it got so popular that the quality makes massive jumps over the season, and it's now got its own tabletop RPG game. I love how they've created their own mythos and a different take on horror than the usual Lovecraftian vibes. That sounds great. You know, I'm going to have to check that out. I was so delighted. Speaking of Fallout, now this isn't terrible, but it's very ESO drinking animations, isn't it? The cup is vaguely close to his mouth, you know? And the head tilts back, but it's generally not done that well in Elder Scrolls games. Fallout 4 was the first one that really did it.
I hope you have something for me.
Looks a bit like Meryl Streep's unfortunate cousin.
Sleepy, are you? Be careful. You might be ill or die if you insist on sleeping. Very well. Go through that door up the stairs, and it'll be on the first door on the right.
Up the stairs,
Sleep well.
first door on the right. Thank you very much.
Hurry. There's no telling how much time left.
It's such a weird place. This is like where Oblivion got like 10 times more interesting for me. I already thought the game was great, but the Shivering Isles expansion just sold the shit out of the whole thing for me. It felt like a return to Morrowind in a lot of ways. Good long sleep. That's what I feel like I need right now. Maybe this weekend I'll get it. The best place to level alchemy super quick is just to visit the farms, especially the one behind Skingrad, and make restore stamina pots. At least that's how I used to do it. I don't think I ever did any grinding in these games. I remember doing like spamming jump when I was running around. You know, to level acrobatics and athletics at the same time. But that was about it. Exactly. You have ascended to level 12. Wow, the dizzy heights. What are we doing? Man, this character's really, really early. That'll do. Just get good with weapons first. I can deal with a Magicka system later. Magicka system in Morrowind was cooler. Or more powerful, let's say. Because she drinks in such a hygienic way. Moose, did I dream it, or they mentioned adding some type of mod thing to console Oblivion Remaster? I don't know about that. Pass. I just would love it if they kept finding ways to optimize this. It's very, very unoptimized by comparison to other games that came out the same this year, you know? And some of that is unavoidable because it's the nature of the beast. There is a way to leave, isn't there, actually? I can get out of the Shivering Isles if I want. I just have to go back to Passwall, I guess. Find it tough to enjoy single-player games after getting into MMOs? Oh, really? Oh, man, I still... Give me a single-player game any fucking day. But I think I know what you mean. Yeah, it just doesn't affect me particularly. Vishy. But I guess it just means you're going to be more discerning. It really has to be a really good game to work on you. So, you guys have already seen all this stuff. Maybe you've already played it. Like, is there nowhere that anyone wants to see? Like, compare to ESO, for example? Skingrad is a fun one. Bob, still Oblivion, they just slapped UE5 on top, so it's never going to be fixed. Yeah, but it's particularly the, it's performance issues that Oblivion never had. It's to do with the remaster. I don't actually know a great deal about it, I've seen a bunch of reviews that were rapturous in their praise of the game, but extremely critical in terms of its performance. So like it runs way too poorly on a system that crushes other games which are like AAA and super beautiful looking and all, you know, like cutting edge technology. A system that can crush those games struggles with Oblivion Remastered in a way which is disappointing. And in response to your question, Polite Meat Popsicle, actually, that is exactly what Ninja Pulse does. Don't worry about the gear. Gear in ESO makes no difference. Obviously it does, but very little. Just use crafted gear, use whatever the hell you want. Just as long as the gear has good stats, you can't really go wrong. It's the thing that we do is teach people how to do trials and suggest rotations that make sense, which are like a stepping stone from just learning what the buttons do, and between, you know, not needing to worry about having a rotation because you always know which button to press next. I think the main thing that I do as a content creator is create those kind of things. Where's the castle? Let's go Castle Skingrad. Yeah, ninja-pulls.com, that's it. But yeah, don't worry, Polite Meat Popsicle, you are being very polite. Be very careful how I word this. It's not BIS, it's not top DPS, it's not veteran focus. I understand why it might look that way, but none of the advice I'm giving is for the elite. It's for completely the average player. It really is. None of what I'm recommending is particularly difficult to do or requires like best in slot gear. Sometimes there's a mythic or a monster set or something like that which is fairly integral to how something works, but there's always an alternative, so do not worry about it. And if you're on our Discord and there's something that you want to use, whether it's a Ninja Pulse rotation guide or someone completely different, if you've just got a setup which calls for sets X and Y, you should be very careful about that, say it's sets A or B, a build which requires sex, there are many of these, then yeah, just list the two sets that you're talking about and you will get me or a bunch of other people or whatever.
Yes, you. We can't talk here. Too public.
This fucking guy.
Behind the great chapel at midnight. Don't let anyone follow you.
What would a setup for sex be?
Your wild
That's a good question. Mora's whispers. Mora's pillow talk. Oh yeah, just like that. I'm getting into dangerous territory here. One of my favorite bugs in Oblivion is this. The the shield and the quiver just floating around on their own. And then if I move out into third person, it fixes itself.
Hi. We're here to help.
No, you're not Wes Johnson. Go away.
Take care.
See if this is Wes Johnson.
How do you do? Is there a problem, citizen?
There he is. Yeah. How's it going, Wes?
Hammer and Tongs is a good place to get your armor repaired. Just don't go early in the morning. Agnet usually isn't feeling so well then.
He has got the most fantastic voice, but the way he's performing these characters, you don't think, whoa, what a voice when you hear it. You just think, oh, what a friendly, lovely guy. You know? It's just a delight. Every time I bump into one of the Imperial Watch, what is it, citizen? You know, out in the wild. Just such a comforting presence, you know what I mean?
Glarthir? Total nutcase if you ask me, but he's never done anything yet that we could arrest him for.
Yeah, Moose, thank you for that. I don't have crafted gear shown on every single one, but that will be there as soon as I figure out how to rebuild the website. I'm in the process of doing that. Should have done it for update 46, but frankly, it was hugely demoralizing. They just killed our business model completely, if you can call it that. Ah, look at Skingrad. And Call of Dice, I remember playing through the entirety of Morrowind with boots of blinding speed before I realized they were supposed to blind my character, but didn't because of a bug. I remember them working and then not working, so you could, like, take them off and put them back on if they did have the blinding thing. And they just didn't do anything. Where is the alchemy lady? There she is. One of my favorite NPCs. I don't think it's a guaranteed voice line, but we'll see if we get it. Hello. I can see right up your something. Pretty sure that's not supposed to happen.
Well met.
Oh yeah, they replaced her voice, didn't they? I love the voice actor who did the Dunmer in Morrowind. She's still here. I think she does the High Elves now, but I think the Dunmer were replaced.
I don't mean to gossip, but he is more than a bit strange. However, he's always been tolerated as the town.
Lurkers all pop up for the sex build. Some classes were 46? Yeah. It's already a patch old. And it'll be 2 patches old soon. Crazy, huh? You do make a good point, though, Polite Meat Popsicle. I'm trying to think who caters to the mid-tier. There are some content creators who aren't really taking it seriously. They're just... not taking it seriously, that sounds mean. No, there are some who are just making themed builds, and builds which are just fun. They're not really testing them that thoroughly and worried about the damage output, stuff like that. Nothing wrong with that, that's fine. There's an audience for that for sure. Then there are people who are recommending rubbish. The ones that don't play the game and who are just whatever. They've just got a website that gets X number of views and a little bit of ad revenue every month, so they don't care what they say. There's not a huge amount of that, but it does exist. And then there are some people like 8 Puppies, Skinny Cheeks, I guess Ninja Pulls. We are thinking of the people who are taking trials relatively seriously or who want to get to that stage. But yeah, what about the ones that are before then? I'd say probably your best bet is to look at the same type of people. So Skinny, 8 Pups, and us, and just look and see if we've got a crafted gear version. You know?
Battlehorn Castle near Coral is besieged by marauders. I wish I could go and save them. Battlehorn Castle.
No, she's not going to do it. Maybe we have to persuade her first. What's she into? She likes it when we boast and joke.
Don't try to mimic my life. Oh, please. That's what non... I salute you. Most impressive.
See if she'll tell us now. I think it's if we ask about her background.
I'm the only alchemist in Skingrad.
Here we go.
Not much business here, but I can't go back to Morrowind. It's just like anywhere else in the Empire. By the way, do you happen to know what the fine is here in Cyrodiil for necrophilia? Just asking.
You guys heard that before? What the fine is for necrophilia? Speaking of sex setups, you piqued my interest. Yeah, Glathia, paranoid little freak. Ah, never change Bethesda, right? Mid-tier, isn't that just Oaken Soul? No. Did we guys do acting before washing the capitals announcing? I think so, yeah. Yeah, he's been an actor for a long time. He's been in movies and stuff. I do see a lot of beginner guides, then what I would call deep into endgame, so A and D, not the B and C. Yeah, exactly. I know what you mean. I think it's because the B and C is just D, but without the gear. Once you're getting into organized group content, where your job is to deal damage, and not have to heal yourself, or run major resolve, or do anything like that, then it's all the same. It's just about what you have access to, and frankly, there's a misconception that the best gear is only accessible by the best players. Absolutely not. It is very easy to go and get perfected gear of any set. Don't be discouraged if you haven't got something yet. Don't worry about it at all. It's just about finding the groups, but the actual difficulty bar in terms of going to get, I don't know, perfected Null Arca, it's pretty low. It's actually obtainable for anyone, literally anyone playing the game. They just have to take it seriously and realize that their job is to do some damage and to stack with the group and get buffed and healed and all the rest of it. And yeah, it kind of takes care of itself. But there is a perception that there's a huge gap between beginners and endgame. Actually, it's quite subtle. But I completely understand why that perception is so common. Writing that down. HyperOxy is really good at offering beginner alternatives. That's true as well. Should have mentioned Hyper. I suppose he didn't come to mind because most of his DPS stuff is solo DPS stuff, but then loads of people are into that as well. Any advice from Hyper you can pretty much take to the bank. As long as you're aware that, you know, some setups are very advanced, some not so much. But he does a pretty good job at telegraphing that. Anyway, so, necrophilia. Do we happen to know what the fine is? Let's say, is it the first offense?
Let's assume no.
Well, then it's at least 500 gold, lady.
That's nothing compared to Morrowind. Thanks.
Sorry, I kind of stepped on the punchline by taking a break halfway through that exchange, but isn't that amazing? Welcome back, Gilly-chan. Just in time for necrophilia. Bizarre. I'm not sure the bank would appreciate me handing them a note with tips from Hyper.
You too.
And Gilly, before I leave, you got to see this. Well, Oblivion seems to be running pretty smooth now. I'd be really interested to know what the hell's going on. Sword and Snail. How does your character know the... Yeah, exactly. The fine for necrophilia. She skipped wearing pants. The lady wondering the hell. Yeah. I mean, Dunmer, they're into ancestor worship, right? But it's such a strange thing to put in there. And you would never... It's not like... She's not a quest character. You could easily play the entire game without ever visiting her shop. And you could easily interact with her 20 times without asking her about Skingrad, where she's moved to. But if you do, you're in for that little Easter egg of random Dunmer grossness.
Oh, hello.
Oh, we should go to the,
Greetings.
we should go to the chapel. Gilly-chan, I need to go back to Oblivion Remastered. I often crash whenever I try to leave a city. I was just saying, I haven't had crashing, but it wouldn't even start earlier today and yesterday, and it was super choppy for a while. It seems to be better now. Let me just test it.
And freed the beast folk from servitude.
It's still a little bit teary, screen teary, but whatever. And I just want to visit here just to remember Julian LeFay, who just passed away a few weeks ago, and he is the father of the Elder Scrolls franchise. And in a week where we're playing ESO every day, and we're playing through all the mainline series of games, it feels only right to go to the Chapel of Julianos, named after him. And just, you know, metaphorically pay our respects, or just virtually pay our respects, you know what I mean? He wrote a huge amount of the code single-handedly for, and I don't mean he wrote it with one hand, Moose, but he was personally, individually responsible for a huge amount of the code in Daggerfall, which is wild when you consider how big the game was. He and Ted Peterson and a couple of buddies, they came up with the Elder Scrolls setting.
Take care.
I think Shir Gorath is named after Ted Peterson. Julianos is named after Julian LeFay. And Ted Peterson responsible for a lot of the Dunmer lore and all that culture and mysticism. I know he didn't do it with one hand. Pretty sure he didn't.
I agree. He's always writing in that little notebook.
There's Wes again.
Sometimes I think he's watching me.
Farewell. To what do I owe this pleasure?
How are you? I'm Valandra Sabor, Primate of Julianus. You may address me as your eminence.
Yeah, I may also address you as... Oi, you.
Good day.
You may address me as your eminence. Instant dickhead. You know what I mean? Rejoice. Through faith, your afflictions are banished. Wonderful. I think I read on the USB that that Dumber lady was in Morrowind. Really? Falana Hlalu. I'll have to check it out. You know what, we can look it up right now. Like me, Popsicle, strange until you read about the gaming industry's court cases, then the comments make sense. Just read that several of the divines are named after a few beta testers. Yeah, absolutely. Mara is definitely named after one of them, the goddess of love. Yeah, they're all named after real people who were foundational in the development of the game. Development of the franchise in its early days. The necrophilia line, right?
Greetings.
Alright, let's look up Falanu Hlalu. There is a character called Falanu in Morrowind, but
Take care.
no, she's from Indaren. She's Dark Elf Commoner and the wife of Drerel Indaren. So don't think that's the same one. But yeah, there is a character called Falanu, according to UESP. Anyway. Rest in peace, Julian of Faith. Thank you for everything you did for us, man. Absolute hero. Alright, let's have a look. I'm going to have to bounce pretty soon, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen, but I just wanted to say, Two things. First of all, thank you. Most importantly, thank you for hanging out with us today, yesterday, tomorrow, whatever, this month so far. It's been really, really fun. We are doing things a little bit crazy. Streaming every single day, trying to bust through every quest in ESO and playing a different game. I have to install and test and make sure that everything works, and I've got a decent save for a new game every single day. It's probably a bit more work than it sounds, or that you may have thought of, but I'm not looking for sympathy. We are doing this for you to make the stream more fun to watch. And if that's working, great. Continue to come and hang out with us. And if you are able to support in any way by following, we're still trying to get to 6k followers, of course. And we're trying to get to 10 subs a day. We're at 2 out of 10 for the day so far. We had a great day yesterday. So I'm not pushing for it.
They say syndicates of wizards have led a boycott of imperial goods in the land of the Altmer.
Yuri-chan misread the note, or misremembered, yeah. Hey, thanks for the follow, Polite Me Popsicle. And I hope that advice was useful. I hope that you'll come back and ask more tips and questions. We are always happy to help. Anyone at any level. Always a joy to tune into your streams. Call of Dice. Thank you so much. Shucks. But yeah, if anyone's got a Prime sub lying around, now's the time. We're about to bounce out in a moment. I'll raid off to one of our other lovely Elder Scrolls Online streamers. But alternatively, come back tomorrow. We got Cookery stream, and with Maya here, I guess she'll be hustling a little bit more.
You can be sure she had some good animals.
All right, who've we got? Hey, Tammy's on. She raided us a few times, and we hadn't had the opportunity to return the favor. Tamer Shadow. She's playing ESO right now.
Came from Oblivion and burned the whole city to the ground.
Oh no.
Let me just get away from these guys. They're talking too loud. But yeah, Tammy's absolutely lovely. Give her a follow as soon as you hear her reaction to our stream. To our raid, sorry. And make a lot of noise in chat. I've said this many times, but you would not believe, if you've streamed, you already know this, but if you haven't, you might be surprised at the psychological effect a raid can have when people come in and they start making a lot of noise, asking a bunch of questions. Make her fall behind with chat the way I've been doing today. Please, please, please. You'll make her day. Trust me. Trust. It's such a lovely feeling when a bunch of people come in and say, hey! So please do it. And have a wonderful afternoon. Love to gift, but I ended up spending more yesterday giving away the content pass. Yeah, no worries, Petrified Ward. Never expected, always appreciated. But I'll tell you what, we've got a nice big raid here. We're going to go back to the Elder Scrolls Online with Tamer Shadow. She's awesome. Give her my best. And please explain that I cannot stay, because I have to dash off. But yeah, thanks, guys. Have a lovely afternoon. I'll see you tomorrow. All the best.